This is Tim with Tabletop Terrors, and I am here running a very special adventure. It's one that I actually helped to write on absolutetabletop.com. It's Misty Meadows is the town we're going to be in today. It's going to be interesting. So I want to sort of give you a few things that might be different from what you've seen normally on Tabletop Terrors. The first thing is I'm going to try not to make any jokes, which is going to be impossible, and I'll probably fail. But we want this to be sort of a horror game. You know, it is Halloween. This is supposed to be a singleness of effect style, tense, and hopefully horrifying game. So I'm not going to make many jokes, if any. And what I'm going to try to do is play the part of a cold arbiter. So I'm usually a much more helpful DM. I'm a more collaborative DM. But this style is going to be hopefully evoking a sense of hopefully terror in the players, that there is no outside help, that they're stranded, they're alone, and that I'm just giving them facts rather than trying to help them along. So if you notice that, I'm not mad. It is on purpose. We're going to try not to take any breaks in the game, just for that, again, that singleness of effect. But my daughter does have a double ear infection, so she's laying down for a nap, and the babysitter's here. I know that's probably the scariest thing I've said so far, but the idea is that if I do have to pause and do that, unfortunately I will have to do that. But I will go ahead and we're going to go on my screen, left to right, and I'll take you across, and everyone can do a brief introduction of themselves and a channel if you have one, and then we'll get started. So, on the bottom left, let's start with Chris.
Hi, I'm Chris Johnson, and today I'm playing Serial Leodon.
Awesome. And we'll throw it over to Drake.
I'm Drake. Have a little channel going right now. Haven't run enough games to have much on my YouTube channel, but it is DM Drake. I am playing a forest gnome paladin named Gilrod Renwick.
Awesome.
Definitely looking forward to it.
Perfect. All right. Mr. Mike Lasham.
Hi, my name is Mike. I run the channel Mike the Piper. Check it out on the YouTubes. Today I am playing Malam Al-Azim. And that is all.
Perfect. And stereotypical Strider.
Hey everybody, I'm Marquise Harless, also known as the Bold and the Beautiful Stereotypical Strider. Today, looking forward to the game. I am playing Mr. Joshua. I'm very glad to be here.
Awesome. All right, so this is a little weird for me, but I'm about to go into horror mode here because it's hard for me not to care. I usually love my players. I'm usually too nice, in fact. So if I seem a little scattered right now, it's because I'm actually trying to psych myself up because you guys might die, and I also hate killing players. So I'm like, you know, really getting ready. So without further ado, let's go ahead and jump into Horror at Misty Meadows, a D&D 5th edition one-shot brought to you by absolutetabletop.com. You're on the Traveler's Road, which is exactly what it sounds like. In Dragon Grin, even in Innis, it's dangerous to travel alone and to wander too far off the beaten path. So, this adventure does take place in the northern part of Innis, along the coast, not too far from the Sphere Mountains. The four of you are in a traveler's group, nothing more. You're on your way somewhere that the Traveler's Road touches. Much like in modern day, people might sit on a bus next to each other and never say a word. So, this uninhabited stretch is where you're beginning your journey. At the last crossroads, some people sort of left the group, some people came on. And there are no towns or cities of note, not for a while. But the next stretch is going to bring you to the small and lovely city, or town of Misty Meadows. And so you're traveling, and you're about half a day's ride from there. I want to zoom in. The road is wet. If it isn't raining, it's humid. The coastal air gets under your neck, makes you sweat, makes your ears ring. And the smell of the salt can be refreshing, but it starts to burn. It makes your skin itch. As we pan around, we see a long distant stretch of road with 4 lone figures trudging along. And I'm going to bring it to those 4 lone figures. And I want you all to each, one at a time, describe what the viewers would see if we were a camera swiveling in and zooming around. We're going to start in that same order. Chris, as we zoom into your character, what would we see?
You see a robed figure with a book open in her left hand and a staff in her right. And she's managing to walk along with a fair bit of competence in spite of the fact that she's utterly absorbed in her reading. And you would notice her lips moving occasionally, although absolutely silently.
Excellent. So we move past her, and the next person we see is Drake's character.
You would see your typical gnome, middle-aged gnome, not gray-haired yet. He's just graying on the sides. He's wearing some relatively heavier armor with a chainmail shirt on. He does carry a shield with a bright white gauntlet, the right hand of Torm. You see him carrying a warhammer that looks a bit too small to be useful to anybody but him. He is wet. He doesn't seem to be bothered by anything. He almost has this little grin coming out the side of his mouth, and as if he's just very happy to be wherever he is. And he's just looking around at everyone, looking ahead, and just smiling ear to ear.
So as you see this woman steeped in books, her mouth moving every once in a while, and then you zoom into this gnome who seems happier than he should be. We move up, and Mike, I want you to describe what the viewers see.
A tall figure in a black leather armor, but with small inscriptions and etchings of scarabs, with a kind of a grayish cloak. Unlike the others who would be sweating, he is shivering, trying to keep his hands together and just looking around, wondering why he's even come to this place from this jewel of sand that he had come from, muttering to himself, "I have come from a jewel in the sand to a rock in the snow and the cold. Why does anyone wish to live in such a place?"
And anyone who's been around the southern part of Innis would recognize that as a Jaharian accent. And his broken common would maybe make you a little nervous, maybe even uneasy, depending on your political beliefs. And as this Jaharian complains and maybe even spits around, and Marquise, what do we see?
Name's Joshua. Joshua Burnett. You can call me Josh if the name my ma gave me is too long for you. If you can't tell from the darkness of my skin, I used to be a farm boy, now I'm a traveler. You see my dark cloak over my shoulders, a coat really. You see the black pants stuffed in the boots. You see the little bag I have over my left shoulder, and the bundle of something big over my right shoulder. I'm walking behind the party as I usually do, careful like the wolf I always was raised around. I'm looking to the left, to the right, my blue eyes looking here and there. There's something on the back of my neck I don't like, and it's not the sweat from this heat and this humidity. I look to this man, the man with the scarabs on him. I don't like him. I don't like any of these people to a certain degree. They got a little something about them that's a bit arcane, a bit weird. I don't like the weird. So I stay back, and I'm watching, striding with Loke stalking behind them, always wary, always ready.
And the four of you walk along. Not much to say to each other. And eventually night falls, like it always does, but something a little different about tonight. It starts to rain without warning. And that's not very common for this area. Usually when the rain rolls in, first you smell it in the sea air. Then you feel it in the breeze. And then not far behind that comes the clouds. And then comes the rain. But this was immediate and strange. And so, this adventure begins as many scary stories do. The traveler's road takes you into a dark forest, and now it's a stormy night. You've been trudging down this unmaintained road for hours, and now the pounding of the rain on the forest canopy is deafening. It's become white noise, but it makes your skin itch. The rain's dripping from the dense branches, the foliage is shaking back and forth, and your boots are sinking into the mud with every step. You don't even see any animals. There's no birds flitting around from tree to tree. In fact, there aren't even any signs of life, save for these dense trees that are drinking the rain as they beat back and forth. The earthy smell is just potent. The sea air is gone now. And suddenly the rain stops. The haunting silence that follows, it's unnatural. And soon enough you see, I think it's a strange light in the distance. And it bobs eerily up and down as it gets closer. What would you all like to do?
I think Gilrod would probably point it out and look at his pen and go, "Hey, look over there. That looks interesting. Maybe we should go over there."
Don't be no fool now, little gnome, you'd hear Josh say as he walks up. And you can see that in the kinks of his hair and everything, the water's kind of beaded, and he looks down at you, his blue eyes hard. We trying to go somewhere in numbers. We ain't trying to go out through no play date through the forest, you hear?
Oh, but come on now. With someone look just like you, I don't think we'd have any trouble with this group.
I don't appreciate that comment. I don't appreciate the idea. Keep moving.
Well, I suppose that's just fine. Just smiling ear to ear the whole time going, "That's okay, friend."
And as you continue to talk, you see the light bob a little closer. Now it's on the path, and it's got a strange, slow and erratic pattern to it. It's getting closer. It's getting closer still.
Go ahead.
I would probably use this opportunity, and I would hang back from the rest of the party as they like kind of just staring at this hypnotic dancing light, and I would just quickly kind of off the beaten path and then hide in like just by a tree, kind of waiting, my hand on my scimitar, just ready, flexing and unflexing my hand, staring and just waiting for whatever comes forward.
What would anybody else like to do as this light slowly bobs closer and closer?
Noticing this, I reach a hand into my coat and I grab something that's given me courage throughout all my 10 years of travel lately. A white rabbit's foot that one of my thumbs reaches over. A gift from my mama before the whole thing went down. I see the sand desert man go hide, and I look down to the gnome. My eyes flick to his warhammer. Then I look to the woman. My eyes flick to a book, and I say, if we're not going to move down this road now, I suspect that we might as well get ready for something very unfortunate to happen in the next few minutes.
And the rabbit's foot is actually, it's wet from being in your pocket. So as you stroke your thumb over it, the fur sticks together in clumps, but it's very well made, so still somehow looks beautiful, although wet and mangled.
I think Gilrod would actually pull out the hammer. He'd pull out his warhammer and just kind of roll his eyes up at Josh, and he would say, I don't think we have anything to worry about. We should all just go ahead. And he'll start walking forward.
And you know what? It's actually okay, because you can see that now it's a lantern. It's attached to a helmet.
And I look back and say, see, dirty cats, come on.
Yeah, it's just a minor. Wait, Drake, give me a roll to try to see what's a little what. There's something off. So maybe it's wisdom.
Okay.
Maybe it's intelligence. You tell me.
Those are both terrible, but we'll see what we can do. That's a modified 19.
Oh, okay. Well, as you follow the shape of the light, you realize that it's a helmet, and it's on the head of what looks like a miner. And as this light draws closer, you actually start to hear a strange scraping sound. And the scraping sound is from the thing that obviously is behind it, almost like a tail. And it bobs back and forth, and the light coming from the lantern on the helmet makes it difficult to see what is it? What is different about this miner? And as it gets closer, you realize that it's because it's covered in a viscous black tar. And as it's shambling and walking toward you, you realize that the flesh of its face has become rubbery and weak and droops, revealing teeth and gums, and its eyes are far too wide and bulging. And as it lumbers toward you, it gives you the greeting of, and I would like for you to all roll initiative. And then put it in the comments if you would, please. So you notice that this is a shambling creature dressed like a miner, covered in black tar, and the light bobs and dangles, creating odd shadows as they play across its necrotic flesh. And based on the initiative order, Mike, you're going to get to act first.
As I see, as its head begins to bob to one side, and the light only plays off its shadow as opposed to hitting me directly, I actually get a glimpse of what this thing is, and almost stealing myself in horror, my scimitar at my hand, I begin to sneak around the creature, and I pull out my scimitar in kind of one motion, spinning around and basically cutting like back to front, like very quickly, slashing this creature toward the back of the head, like from the shoulder blade to the back of the head, trying to take this thing out.
Absolutely.
And with a modified 20.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, would that be considered a sneak attack to you?
Sure. Yeah, you clearly said you were hidden and you're surrounded by your allies.
So as I come up, I slash it for 11 damage as this thing is totally caught off guard, but leaving it totally exposed. Just slashes, and then I basically use a bonus action. I spin around and back off the path, and I use a bonus action to hide again.
Perfect. So as your initial strike hits this creature, and you said you were aiming for the back of its head, but even though you hit, it's moving in such an erratic pattern that where its head was, as far as you fighting other creatures and you fighting living men, this sort of zombified creature moved, and you actually hit its neck. And when you draw your blade back, there's sort of a steaming, thick, acrid tar stuck to your blade that smokes. And as you go back into the bushes and hide, as the tar touches the leaves and other things, it sort of singes and stinks of sulfur. Yet the creature still stands. And so next in initiative order is Drake.
Tim, how far away am I from it?
I would say that you're probably you were leading, so maybe a good 10 or 15 feet. This thing got pretty close to you.
Okay, then I'm gonna use my dash action to run up to it as fast as I can with my warhammer out and just try to sink it dead into its chest with the charger feet.
Awesome. You may do that.
18.
Okay. So you do so. I want you to explain to me how that occurs and what does it look like.
Gilrod, again, has this little smile on his face. He's very happy that he gets to show what he can do. And he sees this thing, and he sees the rogue go in and slash him. He almost looks a little disappointed that he didn't get that first shot in. So,
sure.
So at his first chance, he just pulls his warhammer out, runs as fast as he can, jumps, and just buries the warhammer dead in his chest for 1 moment. It's going to be 9 damage.
All right. So when the warhammer hits this creature, the shoddy metal helmet that's on its head creaks down, and the light flashes in your eyes just for a moment. And as it does so, I want you to give me one quick, horrific memory that you might remember. And you can think about that as I tell you what else happens.
Okay.
So, as your hammer hits it, and you draw it back, it's this thick sludge. And as you pull it back, strings and strands are just stuck to the top of your hammer. And you see as this thing's helmet creaks down and the light flashes in your eyes, and it sort of... then it collapses, first to its knees, and then slumps, and then falls backward. So do you have that horrific memory for me?
Yes. In his mind, Gilrod remembers when he was young, when he was a very young gnome of 40. And he remembers playing in the forest with all the fairies. And he was with his sister. And he remembers that one moment his sister was there, the other moment his sister was not. To this day, he has no idea what happened to his sister, only that he hopes and prays that she is still alive.
Okay. I want you to give me a wisdom saving throw.
9.
Almost in the back of your mind, you hear, "It was your fault." And the creature is dead, and we're out of initiative order.
Gilrod, that smile slowly, not completely, but most of the smile fades from his face. And he just shakes his head No, no, it wasn't my fault. We just don't know. There was nothing I could do. And just goes quiet and has a little smirk, but most of the big smile is gone now.
Don't let it get to you, boy, you would hear Joshua say as he walks up behind you. You see his hands in his coat again, but it's on something a bit lower, something on his side, something you can't see. Joshua looks down to you, and then he looks down to the shambling corpse that's no longer shambling, and he says, it has a way of kind of bringing up things you don't want to remember. Just push them back down, and let's keep on heading to the town.
Absolutely. And anyone can make any sort of check if they want to search this body, or if they want to try to figure out who this person was maybe in life or where it came from. You can do so. I'll take a history check. You can also do an arcana check for various information.
Would investigation work or no?
Sure, absolutely.
I only got a 6 on it, so.
Okay. Well, even your investigation roll allows you to find this this part of it where you realize now that this zombie is actually holding something that looks almost like a well, it looks like another arm, and I want you to make me a reflex saving throw.
I got a 19.
Okay. So as the zombie comes immediately back to life, face to face with you, and says, "Ah!" It swings what it was holding, which is the arm of another miner, which is itself gripping a pickaxe. So as it swings this arm at you, it barely misses you. As the creature shambles back up slowly, I will give you an attack of opportunity as it's getting up.
So as this pickaxe comes swinging at me from this zombie, something that I should have known better. I should have known it was going to get back up. It comes, my head goes back just barely enough. I can feel the air against my face, the water droplets, the tar droplets, and something a bit more foul splattered in my face. I throw back the side of my coat. My hand snaps up a quick draw faster than lightning, 100 times as deadly, as I fire a crossbow directly into this thing's chest.
Yeah. I will give you advantage for that amazing description.
Alright, I got a... Wait, let me double check real quick. Okay, I got a 21 to hit.
That hits.
And that is going to be 9 points of damage.
Alright, so this crossbow bolt goes straight through one of its eyes. That's showing as the metal helmet is still tilted. And it recoils back as it falls dead again. You notice that the pickaxe it was swinging is laying nearby and says MM Gold on a small engraved portion of it.
Is anything on the pickaxe? Is it covered in that black tar?
Absolutely, it's covered in that black tar. And if anybody would like to give me a history check, then we can try to figure out maybe what MM Gold means. Also, did anyone do an Arcana check?
No, I did a history check.
Okay, which is fine. What'd you get?
8.
All right, so anyone who got around there, say 8 or higher, would figure out that the town of Misty Meadows persists off of gold, and it has for a long time. But this pickaxe looks older than anything you've seen lately. Would anyone have experience? You said that your character was from a farm, isn't that right, Marquise?
That is correct.
You would recognize this pickaxe as being maybe 50 years old. This would be considered an antique to you.
The adrenaline pumping through my body, I put down the hand crossbow back to its proper holster. I look down to the corpse and to the pickaxe, and I go to one knee. I lick one of my fingers, and I use it to kind of smudge away some of the gore, the blood, the tar on it. This thing's old, they would hear me say. I turn back and I look to the gnome. When's the last time anyone's properly been to the little town of Misty Meadows? You know, gnome?
Gilrod would look up at him and go, kind of that smile returning to his face. No, I don't. But it sounds like an adventure we should have.
Mike, I want to know what your character's thinking in this. You know, do you see things like this in Jahar?
I walk out of the bushes, find a tree, and begin to push, like, draw my blade against the bark to try and get the tar off, the smell permeating, remembering the days in Arat, where the plague hit the poor sections of the town, and being such a clustered city with buildings on top of buildings, where it almost seems like you will be crushed by civilization itself. That the stench of the lie when the bodies were being dissolved, still permeating, and that smell still hitting me again. I would remember the times and the stories, especially from Sharat, where sometimes the dead did not lie dead. Sometimes the dead would walk again. And the stories of whites stalking the cities, looking for victims, brings back awful memories again. And
Absolutely.
I would shake my head and look to in the distance from where this creature came from, and turning, perhaps we do not need to go to wherever this place is. Perhaps maybe we can go somewhere else. There is an inn, perhaps, someplace with cards. I am quite the player. Maybe we can go there. I can buy you around or something. Perhaps the dead should stay dead, and if they are inhabiting this town, maybe we do not need to go to a place where the dead is claimed as their own.
I like the way you think, mister, but... And then Josh stands up and he wipes some of the stuff on his face. Unfortunately, I find it's generally in my best interest to go and make sure the dead sleep a good night instead of getting back up all fitfully.
And then Gilrod would look at them and I'll go, none of you have to worry about anything. You have me with you. I'll keep you all safe.
Perhaps we should listen to the small man. I guess, but still, we must be on our guard.
And I was going to ask you, so Chris, is anything like this in your books? Is that helping you right now? I mean, what's going on in your mind? Have you heard or read anything about these sorts of things?
Actually, Serial has tucked her book away, but she's pulled out a random scrap of parchment and a pen, quill, and she's actually standing over this thing, and she's just uttering, "Fascinating," and she's taking notes.
Excellent. So you all stand with a choice. What will you do? Do you proceed along the traveler's road, or do you go off the beaten path?
I would definitely head to Misty Meadows if we know where that was.
Perfect. Does anyone disagree with that, or do you proceed to Misty Meadows?
Bending down and yanking my bolt out this thing's eye socket, I look to the gnome and say, "This little miner here came from somewhere that way," and I point to where the direction the zombie came from with the crossbow bolt, and I look back to him and say, "There might be something special for us in Misty Meadows, but there's also something special for me from where this guy came from. I want to go find his kin and see how they doing too."
Excellent. As you proceed to Misty Meadows, you feel time sort of numb you. You don't know how long it is that you're walking. Maybe that's because of the occurrence that just happened. Maybe it's just because the ocean air is starting to come back into your nostrils, but you begin to see pitched rooftops through a thick mist. And you stand now in front of a broken road sign that says, "Come to Misty Meadows. Stay the night." You think it probably used to say welcome, but you'll never know. The interesting thing is that the village itself shows no signs of life. No lanterns on. Nothing emanates from this town. It's seemingly abandoned from what you can see. How do you proceed?
Again, Gilrod would just be very happy that this was new and something new to experience, and he would just continue to walk. He wouldn't hesitate. He would just walk towards the town.
Perfect. As you do so, it's as though you've stirred something, but not something that's a creature. Almost as though nature has noticed you. And what starts as a mist rolling around your feet starts to billow like a thick fog. And as you go deeper into Misty Meadows, you realize that the entire town is steeped fully in fog. So dangerous to walk, in fact, that you and anyone who's following you is going to have to roll a d4 to see where you end up in the town. Would anyone like to do anything before that occurs?
As the fog would be rolling in, I would turn back and look over at the elf from over my shoulder. I would nod my head and say, "I know you probably think that book of yours got everything in it. Now, I'm not a man that's very well learned with words and letters, but make sure you keep it closed and you stay by, little elf girl. I don't have to put you down twice tonight," as the fog would begin to roll in.
So Drake, specifically, since Gilrod was leading the way, I will have you make the roll on the d4 to decide where you end up in this thick, almost supernatural fog.
Gotcha. That's a 3.
Okay. So you come upon a creaking, swinging sign that has an odd shape to it. You realize that this is actually what looks like a hand-sawed meat cleaver. And in the moonlight, the pieces that roll back and forth that touch near you outside of the fog almost look as though the meat cleaver is swinging and it has actual blood on it. But I'm sure you're imagining things. So you've actually come upon Leroy's Butcher Shop. And so the door to the butcher shop is open, and fog sort of pours in and around, but you can clearly see the door.
Is everyone close to me? Is everyone within a few feet?
That's up to them, but I would assume that you're in some sort of cluster.
Okay.
You know, not a specific marching order, especially with the fog, unless you choose to try to keep some sort of formation.
Gilrod would look back at them and say, "Well, this looks to be a place where we might be able to get something to eat. I'm kind of hungry. Would you like to come in with me, gentlemen?" And later, of course.
I knew a butcher once. He came back and tried to cut my head off 3 different times. I don't like butcher shops. I don't like looking at butcher shops. I don't like how that meat cleaver looks. And then you see him kind of take off that huge bundle off his right shoulder and kind of hold it in both his hands, and he says, "If we're going in, you better make sure you got that hammer out, boy, because I do not plan on spending the rest of my unlife here at Misty Meadows."
Yeah. Give me 1 sec. Tim, how close am I to the front door?
Your foot is touching the porch,
Okay.
and you're probably 5 feet from it.
And what
And
Good.
it swings just gently.
Can I see through the door at all?
Sure. Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. It's pitch black.
Then I'm just going to kind of look back at everybody and say, would anyone else like to join me to go inside here?
I put one foot on the porch and nod.
I would have a look at the other two who are about to walk in, realizing that these fools clearly wish to walk to their deaths, but if it is the will of the rest of us, then I suppose that we will go in and calmly walk to our deaths. Hopefully this butcher is not here. I have a feeling that the meat inside is a bit spoiled. Can I smell anything as the door opens? Is there any smells permeating from, like, wafting out?
So it's a tie between what hits you first. The smell of putrid meats or the ominous droning of what sounds like all of the flies in Misty Meadows.
I will turn and look back at the two about to go in and say, well, enjoy yourselves. Perhaps you will find something that has not been soured, but I will stay out here where the stench of earth and fog is most agreeable to my palate, of course. But enjoy. And then I'll kind of stand outside with my hand on my scimitar, and I'll just start scanning around. Even though the fog is rather dense, I'm not sure if my eyes will still be able to see anything.
At this point, it would be the effect of the way that the moonlight's hitting the fog. It's almost like headlights. It makes it worse. So you're all bathed in this moonlight that's giving you a decent amount of natural lighting, but it's unfortunate that it makes the fog way worse. And so all you can see is a thick wall of white. So who enters the butcher shop first?
I would probably lead the way. I'd just have the shield ready, have the warhammer ready, look back at everybody, smile, and say, come on, guys.
And Chris, what are you doing at this point?
Well, Sariel turns to Malam and looks him in the eye and says, I believe you speak in wise words. I don't think what we are looking for is here. We need to find a place to a little more hospitable to seek shelter.
All right. Do you reply, Malam?
Yes. Yes, this woman here, she speaks wise words. I would not venture into the desert with only a drop of water. So why don't we head to someplace more appealing, appetizing. Let the meat sour inside. There is nothing for us in there. I can almost guarantee it. Now, if we were to find a tavern. Yes, now there we go. The end. Plus, since more people go to the tavern, maybe there is more clues there to find out what has happened to all these people.
My friend, you'd hear Joshua say before he enters into the butcher shop, and he's stopping in the portal and he's looking back to you and he says, now look at me real smart like. Think about what I'm saying, because I wouldn't lie to you. If you think this place is bad, and you go to a tavern, what you think is going to be in there? Let's be honest. We got this mist. We got a night so black that even the full moon can't bring any light in here. You think these zombies moving around, these dead shaman, ain't gonna be going to no tavern too? You think you're gonna go into a tavern and find safety? You're gonna go to sleep the banshee scream tonight if you don't stay close to me. I don't want you to do that, friend.
I could surely use some spirits after all this rain, though. Far better than that foul stench inside.
Most assuredly. If you wish to go in, by all means go in. But the smell? No. No thank you.
I'll see your corpse in a few hours then, brother. And then Joshua turns and he walks in after the gnome.
All right. I want the two of you, so both Gilrod and Joshua, to give me Constitution saving throws versus vomiting. It's a relatively low DC of 9.
2. Unmodified, so it's not going to make it.
All right, so how about you, Gilrod?
13.
So I think what happens is, especially because of your character's history, I don't think you would just throw up at the smell of rotten meat. But I think what would happen is, as you walk through the door and it's dark, a piece of rotting meat is hanging outside of your peripheral vision and swings to meet your lips as a piece of the rotting flesh touches your tongue, and you taste acrid death in your mouth. And so it's less of a vomiting and more of a spitting and horking, like getting it out of your mouth.
And you'd actually hear Joshua, howdy, damn tastes worse than orc dung, he would say as he turns back around and knocks the meat out of his face.
Absolutely.
Are you enjoying yourself in there?
I never enjoy myself. Go back to the tavern you're looking for.
I'm doing fine.
So before you is a relatively small butcher shop, and as your eyes begin to sort of adjust to the room and what shapes and the colors, and you realize that there are piles and piles of meat of some sort on a table, and it looks as though it was butchered and should have been put away or should have been tended to and then wasn't. And there are some other things sort of scattered about in the dark. Does anyone want to investigate or search for anything in particular?
I would probably check out the whole thing. I think Gorod would look at all as interesting and see what he could find that could be useful or fun.
And Joshua is he's doing almost the opposite in his searching. He's searching for something that's not just off, but something that offends his senses, you could say. Something that puts him on edge. Any kind of sound, any kind of movement, any kind of twitching in the meat he's looking for.
Absolutely. So behind the butcher's counter, I want you to give me, and this can be whatever you like, whether it's that investigation roll you talked about before, or even like a wisdom check because of your character's history to just have almost a sixth sense. That's your call, and based on your roll, I'll let you know what you see.
One question first.
Sure.
Is this okay? Because the witch hunt has a feature that basically gives me survival, and not survival. It gives advantage when I'm looking for like wisdom things against undead. Would this count for that or no?
Sure. Yeah. Let's do it. Yeah, of course.
Okay, that's no better. Okay, so it's gonna be a total of 14.
Okay. So.
Oh, sorry,
Drake.
I lied. 17.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, even better. So Drake, as Gilrod is sort of looking around, it's very clear that there's assorted knives and cleavers that hang on the far wall here. This is where the butcher kept all of his tools and wares. So as you're sort of inspecting those and looking around for various things, Joshua, you would take some steps behind the counter, and the floorboards would creak. And then not too far from where you're standing, you hear the pop of tense, knotted wood, just that, as it's trying to call out to you. And you step one more time. and you realize that there's a more hollow sound, and that this is a loose floorboard by design. What would you like to do with that loose floorboard?
For a second, I'm standing there, the heel of my boot on the floorboard, and I look down. I whisper quickly, Gilrod, come here for a second. I put the weight onto my other foot, take a deep breath. My arms go tight around the bundle in my arms. I need it in a minute. And I rise my right leg, and I slam that boot as hard as I can at that loose floorboard.
As you do so, it sort of topples to the side. Like this was made for access, and you can tell that it's more of a deterrent, maybe for employees and things like that. It's not really a defense mechanism so much as it's a one extra step to keep you honest. And so in the floorboard, you find a couple of small satchels, these little pouches, and there are 3 of them.
When he called me over, I would have jumped up onto the counter and been, so I was probably almost about as tall as he is, but I'm standing on the counter looking down at what he's doing.
Excellent. So yeah, you see that there's clearly 3 small sort of pouches inside the floorboard.
I'm wary as a wolf as I go down to one knee and look down in here. I don't like things that are wrapped up when I'm dealing with the dead. You never know what's in them. Could be some kind of crawling head, could be the head of someone you once loved. You never know. So with one hand I reach into the darkness. Careful, knowing that if something touches me, I gotta pull it back or I might lose the arm or worse, my soul. And I try and pick up one of those pouches down there.
And as you do so, you grab the pouch, and something begins to spill out of it. It's some sort of sand. No. Salt. It's just the expensive salts of a butcher. This is where he kept his weight. There are small, glowing, purple granules of salt. And you see them every once in a while as this bag is dumping out. You see the smallest grain of salt that's purple and glowing as it sort of spills out. And as that happens, you realize that there's another pouch, and it begins to slowly have pinholes of purple light as the small purple glowing crystals within that second pouch of salt and then that third pouch of salt begin to sort of light up as if they're aware of you and wanting to talk to you. And you see a purple flash of light, and I want you to think of one horrific memory your character might know and tell that to me now because it flashes in your mind.
Back when I was maybe 15 years old, I hadn't yet begun my journey, so this is what started them all. I was sitting there in my ma's house on the farm. It was a good day. My mama had been sleeping. She'd been sick lately. She was old, of course. My mama was a beautiful, nice lady. Made me pants and gloves in the winter. Put a kick on my ma's food. Made it taste all types of good. Loved that woman to death. That day she died, and the next day we buried her, and the next day we moved on as farmers gotta do if we want to get the harvest in time. But on the fourth day at night, something strange happened. There was a knocking on my door. I answered it. There was nothing in the hallway. I heard another knock, and I followed it. I was 15. I knew this farm like the back of my own hand. I knew everything around it like the back of my own hand. There wasn't supposed to be no knocking in the house. Me dad said that, me mom knew it. So I followed it down to my grandma's room. I heard the knocking in there loud and loud, clear as the moo of the cow's moo at night. I kicked the door open, or at least I think I kicked it open. I was too scared at the time to really register what was happening. And sitting there in that old rocking chair, knit me a nice old pair of pants that was left incomplete. was something that wore this translucent white skin with eyes black as night. And it looked at me and I looked at it. And I don't know who screamed louder. Me or that thing that was supposed to be my mom before it reached out to strangle me dead.
And I want you to give me a wisdom saving throw. DC 10.
I passed it. 21.
You shake off the thought that was about to make itself evident in your mind. You push it out of your consciousness. And then you hear from the kitchen doorway on the far end of where you're at. You can't see through the doorway, but you hear a groaning.
Again, I'm standing up on the counter. I would turn towards the kitchen doorway, look over at Josh, and say, "Should we check that out?"
Check it out, you'd hear Josh say as he stood up. You see some of the dust in his gloved right hand and he drops it back into the floorboard hole. And I look to the gnome and I continue. We ain't just going to check it out. We're going to go over there and kill the shit out of what has been hot in this place. You got it? Yeah?
Sounds like fun. Let's do it.
And at that moment, Chris, in the fog, Sarliel sees something out of the corner of her eye. I want you to give me some sort of wisdom check.
Okay.
Mike, I think Malam
17?
would sue. Oh, excellent. Mike, how about you?
I apologize, Tim, but you broke up really good.
Oh, did I?
So yeah, so I got
Sorry.
Mike, and then you froze, and it's like, oh,
Gotcha.
crap.
Sorry.
By the way, no, hey, great way to build up a ridiculous amount of suspense, because I'm like, what? What happened?
Sorry, yeah. So I was just asking you if you could to also make a wisdom check, anything that would be based in, whether it was your perception, that kind of a thing.
Okay. And that would be a 15.
Okay. So both of you, out of the corner of your eye, your characters sort of see something moving in the fog, but it's very low. It's very low. And you see it sort of skulking about, and the wisps of fog sort of move as... Oh. It's just a couple, maybe a few stray dogs. What do you do?
I would remember the time in the poorer districts of the city where stray dogs would gather in packs to hunt, as food would not necessarily always be plentiful, and sometimes these packs would get mean. So I would kind of unclip my short bow. I would turn to I'm sorry, Chris. Help me out with your name. It's
Sariel.
Ethereal?
Sariel.
Sariel, sorry. Reading and stuff. I would turn to Sariel and I would say, let us be ready. I know that dogs sometimes hunt, and they are not always the friendly pets you remember them to be. And I kind of grab from a short quiver kind of at my hip, just kind of bring an arrow around, knock it, and I begin to just kind of track the dogs in their movements.
Sure. What would Sariel be doing as this 2, maybe 3 dogs. It's difficult to tell because it's shadows in the mist. You know, maybe it's 1 dog moving quickly, but what would Sariel be doing at this point?
Sariel is reading a spell, and she's giving making sure to give Malam just enough room to do whatever he needs to do, but trying to take up a stance that would allow us to be fairly protected with the building to our backs.
Absolutely. And so you realize that it's probably nothing to worry about because an emaciated dog sort of makes its way out of the mist, and its head is low, and it looks so just like starving and gross. Like this is a rescue dog, and it sort of whimpers, and then it looks up at you, and it has holes, empty sockets where its eyes should be. And you realize that black tar is dripping from its maw as it jumps toward you. And it doesn't even choose a target. It just jumps toward the both of you. And so I want the 2 of you to roll initiative. And inside the butcher shop, we see a doorway that's calling out with a groan as Joshua and Gilrod are standing not 15 feet from it. What do you 2 do?
I would jump down off of the counter, unless the counter goes all the way to the door.
It does not. The counter stops so that someone could walk easily in, back and forth to what you see is probably the kitchen, based on the way that the doorway is and the changes in the flooring.
I would probably, take out the hammer off my belt and just, again, make a beeline for that door as fast as I can and just kick it in.
Perfect.
Swing door.
So as you do so, you see a figure that seems like it's 3 times as tall as you. Not that it literally is, but that's certainly how it looks. Through a cloud of flies, you see this figure stand eerily still. And you see a leather satchel cutting into its fat neck. And the satchel has this purple glow emanating from it. You see the back of a leather apron string tied. And it just stands there and moans.
How far away is it from me?
You're maybe 10 feet from this thing. This is not a huge kitchen, and the flies are hitting it. It's just standing there as though furniture.
Then for right now, I'll just pause and wait for Joshua to catch up, and just kind of look around, see if there's anything else in there.
Perfect. So you step into the kitchen, and as you turn, immediately, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Oh, anybody within 10 feet of me, don't forget, add +3 to your saving throws.
Perfect.
Forgot to tell you all that. That's a modified 20.
All right. So you feel a sharp pain in the very front of your head, almost like you were going to remember something about your sister, but instead you steel yourself as you hear what was a groan and was slowly form a putrid word, and all you hear is Dracos, and the enormous form of Leroy turns and his entire bottom jaw is gone. And in the top row of his teeth, you see there are these glowing purple crystals that he's jammed in there himself. His eyes are dead and putrid, bugging out. And you realize that his bloody apron has 2 meat cleavers hooked on its sides, and with more dexterity than you think this creature could muster, it grabs those meat cleavers and charges at you murderously. You are now also in initiative. Roll that for me, please.
3.
All right. So, Joshua, you would hear all of the groaning and especially that word, Dracus. What do you do?
Josh is sitting there. Oh, sorry. I'm sitting there as I see the gnome jump off the counter and kick down the door, walking into what may be his death. I shrug my shoulders and I readjust the bundle in my arms, humming a little tune to myself that my mama used to teach me, used to sing to me when she would tuck me in the night back when the nights were safe. I slowly begin to undo the cloth wrapping around this bundle, and it kind of drops to the feet, my feet in a pool, part of it sliding down into the hole in the ground I created when I broke that floorboard. Sitting there in my hands is one hell of a shovel. A nasty son of a bitch that has cut more heads off, smashed more skulls than I care to count. I throw it up in the air once and catch it. It's heavy as 3 cows, but damn am I good with it. I look it up and down at the bladed edge. I hear the moaning and the running inside, the buzzing of the flies, the word Dracus. I shake my head. Always the same bullshit, I say to myself, as I bite my lower lip, drawing blood. I spit the blood onto the bladed edge of the shovel. The moment I do, something begins to happen. You see, when my grandma choked me out that one time, when she touched my soul, she left a bit of herself in there, a bit of something dangerous. Fire, golden, beautiful, a searing inferno of light begins to go across the edge of the shovel, burning bright as the sun, brighter than any star, throwing light and shadows all across me in this main lobby of the butcher shop. With the shovel at my side, my blood right ready, I walk into the kitchen, fair to put down another soul and to dig another grave.
I want you to take a point of inspiration for that, Marquise. And I also want you to roll initiative. And if you could just post it in the chat for me.
That was awesome, dude.
Okay. So, at this point, Leroy is going to get to go first, and then followed by Marquise and then Drake. So, oh wait. Yeah, okay. Just wanted to make sure. All right, so followed by Marquise and then Drake. So, what you see is these 2 meat cleavers just come blazing at you faster than you think they could. And, oh wow, critical hit. All right, so the first one's a crit. All right. That first hit does 12 damage to you. So here's what happens. 2 meat cleavers come at you, as you heard the thing say, Dracos, with no lower jaw, as though something was speaking from within it. It just waves the meat cleavers at you blindly, batting fat, putrid flies out of the way as one of the meat cleavers makes purchase. Right here, in the top of your shoulder, just chunk, like you're a side of beef. And the other cleaver, swinging wildly, actually would have hit you, but it strikes the sharpest, hardest part of the first cleaver. And I am actually going to make it so that that first cleaver is stuck in you, and so Leroy's hand is connected to you right now unless he makes a choice to let go of that cleaver. And now we are going to go to Joshua.
Joshua sees this guy running in, and before I do my turn, does a 17 hit this guy or no?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. So I
Yep.
see this guy, man, and then both meat cleavers in his hand, swinging wildly, find some good purchase from this nice known friend. But I'm not here to let another man die. I don't have to kill 2 corpses. Too much work, not enough pay. The shovel in my hand, I hoist it up, I take a step back, and I swing it hard as I can. But this guy's erratic. Maybe it's the flies, maybe it's just the odd body he has. But my first strike mits as the shovel smashes into the wall. A flash of white and flame and sparks goes out, breaking the wood, but I pull it back. I'm not done yet. I slay ghosts for a living. This is my calling. Readjusting my strike, I step forward. I lower my head, and like a spear, I shove it straight into this man's chest, or was once a man, as I try to eviscerate and disembowel Leroy, dealing 19 points of damage, or 24 if he's vulnerable to radiant.
So he is, and what happens is that as you put your shovel into what would be the midsection, so underneath probably the pectoral before the stomach, it sinks in so easily, like a cold metal spoon into a pudding. And it just slides in. And as you pull it out, you just see black oozing, just what was entrails, but they're cancerous and necrotic, and you see this sort of iridescent, like glowing purple as they just spill out of him, and he looks to you and just still with the cleaver in your friend. And now, Drake, it's Gilrod's turn. Unless you're done, Marquise. Did you want to move or do a second attack?
Yeah, it was my second attack, the one that hit.
Perfect. All right, so Drake, it's Gilrod's turn.
Gilrod is, the look on his face is complete surprise. He is in awe that something hurt him, that something hit him, and his eyes are wide, and he's just staring at the cleaver, like almost he doesn't know what to do. He just, how could this? Nothing can hurt me. These people, I'm supposed to protect these people, not the other way around. And he grabs at the cleaver. Or you said Leroy's still holding it, right?
Yeah, he's still holding it, and it's stuck in your, like, right in here.
Yeah, he's going to take his shielded arm, and he's going to grab the cleaver. He's going to take his warhammer and slam it down on Leroy's arm, and see what he can do to kind of break that.
Absolutely.
It's a 16.
All right, a 16 does hit.
Okay. 8 damage.
His arm breaks off. The meat cleaver's still in you. And now his arm is reminiscent to the one from the zombie that you fought earlier, stuck in you. And he doesn't even look surprised or bothered by that. How many hit points of damage did you do?
8.
So, as you tear off his arm, it's as though the shell of his body, this thing that was once a biological engine, is running on fumes. And between the witch hunter's shovel and that maul ripping his arm off, it's as though the force that was willing him to life leaves, because this man was already long dead. And he falls forward toward you, and I want you to give me a reflex save, or this giant butcher is going to fall on top of you.
Can I aid him by pushing the shovel as he's falling?
Absolutely.
All right, so that gives you advantage, Drake.
Yep.
Oh, good, because I just rolled a 1. All right. 2 1s. Nat 1.
Okay. So, this zombie falls on top of you. So what we're going to do is we're going to make it bludgeoning damage. And so you are going to take 8 bludgeoning damage as this thing falls on you and you smack into the hard, almost tile floor and this thing's just oozing black guts just run all over you, and you can see up close to your face this terrible, gnarled, just row of crystalline teeth jammed into the gums, dripping black and red.
And you hear Joshua say, "Don't get it in your mouth now. Don't taste too good."
Gilrod would have no idea what to do right now. He would be in complete awe that he's hurt, that he's feeling pain, that he's bleeding, and this monster just fell on him. He would just be basically paralyzed.
And with that, Mike, I want you to describe what you do as this dog gets its teeth around your neck, although you're not hurt. It's just you're keeping it right at bay, but this dog has jumped onto you, and now you are basically holding it as its teeth are just touching right here. Tell me what you do.
As this undead foul creature is just snapping at me. My mind instinctively, as I am not a warrior, I am not a killer. Just goes to a place that almost seems reminiscent in my head, back in the shifting sands of Arat, where a young woman is pressed against my chest, and she looks up at me. Why would you do this to me? Please understand. It is nothing personal. It is business. I am a thief, and stealing your heart, my dear, was a challenge more difficult than anything I've ever done. But stealing your heart allowed me to steal your husband's gems. No, you. How could you? And she begins to punch against his chest, and her face, a twisted visage of anger, as she looks up, and then her maw begins to extend, snapping, and the vision is back to this undead animal snapping back, and he realizes now that if only I had stayed there, I could have fought against an angry woman other than this. No. Wait, no, this is better. The dog is better. The dog is definitely better. And I'm just pushing, and I begin, as I'm holding back with one arm as it's snapping, I'm reaching for my dagger, trying to stab at this creature in the kind of in the head, just trying to brain it.
Sure, and I want you to give me a wisdom saving throw. And Chris, I would like for you to give me a wisdom saving throw as well, please.
That would be a 19.
19. So you shrug off what was going to be a painful memory. Chris.
That's a 9.
So in that 9, you see this, what was a dog, jump onto one of your traveling mates. And has got his teeth closing around his neck, and you hear him muttering something about a woman. Always complaining, this rogue. But something bores into the front of your mind. Something dark and treacherous. And I want you to tell me, as short or as long as you like, a terrible memory that you would think of right then.
Sariel remembers a time early in her apprenticeship when she was practicing spells, and her spell backfired, and it was lightning spell, and she watched helplessly as her master convulsed on the floor in the throes of this electrical shock, just heaving, and his mouth starting to foam in utter pain.
And you hear in the back of your mind, in a voice that's almost your own, he always And with that, I want to know what happens when Gilrod and Joshua, when you see this lumbering, armless creature start to stir and get up.
Gilrod would again, still very scared, still very unsure. That smile is gone. With the hatchet still attached, he would do his best to shimmy his way out from under this zombie. Is he able to get up?
It depends on how Joshua responds. Right now, the creature is about halfway up. It was very quick.
Joshua was saying that he still has a shovel in this thing. His first instinct is to take it by the handle and shove it in deeper, but you don't know where the gnome is under it. Can't be cutting him in half. That cost him other issues. So adjusting his grip on the shaft, putting one foot back, he watches as it begins to rise, grits his teeth as hard as he can, narrows his eyes, pulls up every bit of strength that he can, and he whips the shovel out in that same motion, that same fluid breath. He turns around on his heels and tries to bring it around to cut this thing in half.
Absolutely. Go ahead and roll. And what I will allow you to do is if both attacks hit, I will allow you to use that amount of damage together to see if it is more than half of the creature's total hit points. I will let you basically cut the thing in half.
The first one that hits a 22, the second one's a 17.
Okay, and then, yep, so those both hit. And then what's the total damage?
Give me 1 second, let's do calculus over here a little
Sure,
bit.
yeah, I know, right? Yeah, no kidding. Take your time, because I know all the pluses.
13 plus 10, 23 plus 6. That's 29 points of damage.
Okay. So what happens is you see your shovel exit the creature. And the top half of it tumbles off of its legs. And you see that it begins to roll. And it rolls out of where is essentially the side door, the exit door for deliveries. So, Sariel and Malam, you basically see the upper half of Leroy the Butcher tumble into the street and wisp the fog around. And if you were to peer into the door, you'd see Gilrod the Gnome laying on the butcher's floor covered in black ichor, and you would see Joshua standing there with his shovel just drenched in whatever's inside of that creature. And initiative is over.
Okay. Gilrod needs to get up. He would absolutely get up, and again, very, very wide-eyed. He would look over at Joshua, and he would nod and say, "I do thank you. I shouldn't have needed that help, but I'm glad that you were here. I'm sure he just got lucky. Yeah, that's it. He was lucky."
You didn't get lucky. You got cocky. Now stop it, stand up, and let's go. I ain't got time to be standing around here talking.
He just pauses, just kind of nods and said, "Agree to disagree. Let's go." The cleaver's still in his shoulder. He walks out.
And the shovel's still burning with this beautiful searing light, almost like the light of the sun coming from its edge. Joshua steps out of the butcher's shop and he looks down at what the other two are doing.
And as of right now, you see essentially what used to be a dog just getting at Malam's neck at this point. And so in that initiative order, Malam, you would be able to act, still sort of in combat. It's like a half combat because this dog isn't too dangerous, so I still wanted to have an opportunity to harm you. But so we'll go ahead and continue, and in a mini initiative order, it's going to be Malam, Sariel, and then the Tar Zombie dog.
And as it's snapping at my neck, I don't even notice. All I hear is the sickening wet, just the as this top half of a torso just flops down the stairs like some sort of gory slinky. I can hear it, but I don't actually see anything as I'm so focused on the rotting teeth and it's even mostly just like blackened, rotting gums of this dog trying to snap at me. But there's still a couple of canine teeth just still ready to like tear my throat out. And I pull my dagger out and I just begin to just stab at it as many times in the head just to try and like get it off me.
Absolutely.
But I assume that'll only be one actual stab, as I only have one attack.
Sure, and I will allow you to go ahead and just roll that, and I'll give you advantage, simply because this thing is weak and small, and even though it's at your neck, it's basically an advantage point for you to stab it. It's very close, and you're very good with the dagger.
Yeah, and I won't use the sneak attack because it doesn't make sense. I guess.
Yeah, no,
yeah. Okay, it's not very good. It's only a 16.
Okay, a 16 hits.
Oh, okay. Good, because that'd be really embarrassing if I'm right there and it's like I miss. Like how do I miss? What the hell?
and so,
at least I got max. At least I got max damage, so it's like four points. So I just one wrench hit it right in the eye, and then I'm just as it snaps its arm away, I'm still trying to hold on to it, but I'm kind of moving the handle of the dagger around, trying to
Sure. And as you're doing that, as the dagger is kind of stuck there, you see that this creature isn't dead. And what I want you to do is I want you to give me a strength check. Essentially, I'm going to do an opposed strength check as the creature tries to raise its head up to you, even with the knife stuck in it, and just try to bite your face. Let me know what you got.
I got a 12.
Okay. So, this thing is succeeding. So, Chris, I'm going to give Sariel an opportunity to intervene because this dog is using its strength to overpower Malam right now, and his knife is stuck inside the creature's skull as the creature's face is slowly making its way towards his face. And you see just their eye-to-eye, hollow sockets to his living human eyes. So, what does Sariel do?
You hear her utter the velvety words of the arcane, and you see 3 flashes of dagger-like bolts of light rush toward this tar dog, for a total of 12 damage. The magic missiles.
Excellent. And so what you see is, basically, Malam, this thing has preternatural strength. So even though you killed it, it's coming at you, and then Sariel launches these blades of light, and they just sink into the beast's side. And as they make contact and enter in, you just hear like... And from the inside, this creature sort of... And it droops. But I want you to take a d4 of sort of energetic lightning damage as you had your dagger in its head.
Sure, did you want me to roll my own damage?
Sure.
Nice. Come on, Max. No, I only got a 2. And I could just see it as I see kind of like this purplish lightning kind of crackling over the dog, and I try to take my hand away, but it's not quite enough, and I get this like zap as the muscles of my hand kind of just like flex in, and I push the corpse off. I'm still holding my hand, and I'm worried. I'm like checking every finger, checking the palm, making sure that my hand, my moneymaker, isn't too damaged. So I'm just looking over it instinctively. walk over to the dog and just kind of give it a kick to make sure that it's not like sparking, and just kind of try and pull my knife out.
Absolutely. So there's no more initiative. Combat is over. And the four of you stand outside of Leroy's butcher shop. Leroy's torso in the street. A dead tar dog. And it's silent. And as the fog begins to get even thicker, you see the satchel that's still attached to Leroy's upper body. And you see that it has spilled open. And some purple crystals are lying on the ground in the street. And they ominously hum and almost draw you near to them. What do the four of you do?
Night's not over yet, boys, you would hear Joshua say, and he steps down from the porch. The shovel is being dragged behind him, the golden flames sparking as they touch the ground, leaving just a smidgen of little burnt grass where he goes, a bit of burnt hard mud. First he walks over to the dog, and he looks over to the desert man, and he says, "When you fight one of these things, man, you gotta do it like this." He raises the shovel, grabs the handle, it goes directly down on the neck. He looks back to the desert man. "Make sure it's dead. And when I say dead, I mean dead, dead." And then he looks over to where the pouch is, and then glances to the elf. "You seem like some kind of magic using kind of lass. I'm pretty sure that whatever kind of disgusting necromancy's been settling over this town of Misty Meadows is coming from these pouches. The pouches are what we got to deal with."
Gilrod would kind of walk and look at all of his companions and kind of motion towards the cleaver still stuck in his neck and say, "Perhaps one of you could assist me with removing this. It really doesn't go with my armor, and I would really like it gone. I can't get it out myself."
I would kind of look to Joshua and kind of smile and nod my head, and just under my breath, but just making sure that he tries to hear, and I would say, "Perhaps we could go to a vegetable stand so you could lose the remnants of your stomach again. Perhaps?"
If you were as fast with your hand as you are with your tongue, maybe you wouldn't be getting your face eaten by dogs around here. And then he would turn and he'd walk over to the gnome, and he puts one leg on the gnome's other shoulder, and he looks to the gnome and says, "This is going to hurt. Don't scream too loud." And he puts one hand on the hatchet cleaver, and he rips it out of his shoulder, just like you would rip a newborn cow out the little mother back on the farm.
And a sickening splat just as this sort of comes out of your neck, leaving just this gaping wound that sort of starts to pump blood furiously.
I would fall on the ground and just sit as he was using his other leg to kick it away. I'd be sitting on the ground, and I would almost look like I was just really concentrating. And I have a necklace with my holy symbol for Torm, and I would hold it and I would mutter a prayer under my breath. You'd see a golden glow kind of coming out of my hand, and I would place my hand over the wound, and I would cast cure wounds, and try to heal that just a little bit. I can't do it all, but as much as I could. And I would do 11 heal for 11.
At first, the spell doesn't work. It's as though the power of your deity can't get in here. Sorry, door's closed. Oh, wait. But you try, and it breaks through, and you do take those 11 points back as the wound slowly starts to seal up as though by an invisible hand. But there's still a trace of dry blood and what looks like the formation of a fresh scar.
Okay. And the smile, once again, about a half smile returns to Gorod's face and says, "Thank you to Josh."
Anytime. I'll stand up, keep this, you might need it, and I throw him the cleaver, and I look to the other and I say, so we're going to go around and finish what we started in this town? Or are you guys ready to just go ahead and drop dead and make it, make it just a little bit quicker for all of us, mainly me?
Maybe it's best that we stick together this time.
Oh, you're learning wisdom now. What about you, Desert Man? You still afraid to be prowling around at night?
I have no fear of the dark. I have no fear of what lurks inside of it. But I do not wish to be in terribly open spaces. It does not agree with me. Let us go someplace and find out what has happened to the people here. And if we must kill them again, and I just pull out my scimitar and just kind of like very quickly like just spin it. It's almost like a spinning blade, and it's just in my hand. Then we will kill them again, and I will kind of walk calmly to the upper torso of Leroy, dragging my scimitar almost behind me, and just dragging it. It just seems to just cut right into his torso and even part of his head, just as like a hot knife through butter, just right through. Because even us desert men, as you say, know how to use a weapon.
By the winds of Cerceline, you're learning. And he puts the shovel onto his shoulder and he says, well, no, if you ain't going to be leading the way no more, I think I'll go ahead and start off this rodeo.
And I would very quickly just kind of put myself together, and I would let him lead, but I would be just a foot behind. I'd almost be side by side with him.
Sure. And the crystals glow angrily as all of this occurs, and you see that what was an ominous hum begins to become an angry, almost buzzing. And if you were to really listen, it's almost like you could hear a distant shout from within them. What do you do?
Do you guys hear that? That sounds different.
It's the crystals. I told you, it's some kind of necromancy. Boy, don't you listen? And he walks over, well, Joshua walks over to where the salt is spilling out from me when I look back to Gilrod and I say, now listen, if you got any sort of kind of healing, divine, magical voodoo you can do real quick. If not, I'm just going to go ahead and start smashing on these salt crystals with this here shovel and see what happens.
No, there's really nothing I can do that I think would do anything. You seem to be good with that shovel. Why don't you give it a shot?
And before I do, Elf, use a magic user. Come here real quick.
How can I serve you, Joshua?
You ever take a sample of something before? I sure as hell hope you have.
Absolutely. Tim?
Yes.
Can I do an Arcana check on this?
Absolutely.
Best roll I've had. That'd be a 16.
Okay. So explain to me how you want to do this Arcana check. Are you looking, sifting through? What are you doing specifically to look at these crystals?
I think I would grab grab my quill, and use the non-business end of the quill to to kind of poke and sift through it, trying to determine if it's even something I want to take a sample of.
Sure. So, as you do so, as you start to jar and push, and as you use your Arcana check, it's as though a part of you opens up. You know, you're pushing and brushing around these crystals with your quill, but they seem so helpful. They seem like they want to talk to you. They just want to get to know you and learn you. And this seems to be wrong, and I want you to give me a wisdom save.
So that would be a 21.
So, you know that these crystals contain dark and evil magic. And you know that these crystals are trying to make their way into your mind. And as you brush them and push them with your quill, the doorway that you open, even just opening your intellect, even allowing your mind to speak with them, I want everyone in the area to roll a d6 and tell me what the results are.
3.
3.
Okay. Drake, I don't think I got yours. I just need you to roll me a d6.
Sure, no problem. I apologize.
Oh, no worries.
Wife texted me.
No worries, man. I know that story. So, Chris, I want you to describe to me how Sariel shakes off this vicious feeling. You are able to stave off this attack because you're holding them and interacting with them. But the others have different effects. But I want you to explain to me what it feels like to ward off the advances of these crystals.
So I kind of recoil in horror and withdraw my quill, and it feels almost like a wall of bricks coming down in my mind and walling off my ability to just utterly shutting this out, like a door just slamming down.
Excellent. And you've done the near impossible. So, Joshua, in an instant, it feels like your shoulders get heavy and your shovel feels like it weighs 100 pounds. You get a little queasy and the strength leaves your body, and you take 1 point of exhaustion. Gilrod, you see something. You see something in the mist, but you're in the forest. Wait, no, you're in the mist. Wait, you're in the forest with your sister, but you're fully grown. You can't shake it, but you can't. And then in the peripheral vision that you have that's murky, you see something. It's a purple light that screams and glows, and it's a horrific purple skull. And you see it, and it begins to move toward you. And as that happens, Mike, Malam, in the back of his mind hears, "Sleep, child." And I want you to roll 1d10 for me. And Drake, Gilrod sees this reptilian skull, and now it starts to bleed tar from its mouth. This purple crystal skull begins to move toward you as though its mouth begins to open, and it's getting larger, and this can't be real, but it is. It is real, and the skull becomes large, and you see your sister, and she calls out to you, and she says, "Gilrod, help!" as she falls into the maw of this crystal skull, which now is an enormous crystal Tyrannosaurus Rex, as it looms over you, and it bears down on you and blackness. And I want you to roll a d10, and that's how long you're frightened. Mike, the d10 you rolled is how long you're unconscious.
Okay, I am a half elf, so
Okay.
I can't be put to sleep magically.
Okay.
So I don't know if I'm
So
still
explain. No, I love this. So explain to me how that works. The effect is for this to happen. So a lesser creature would succumb to this, but you don't. So explain to me what does that feel like? What happens when this force of sleep is pressing against your psyche? How do you withstand it?
the human part of me feels exhausted. Like I have walked for 40 days through shifting sands and blasting dry heat, and all I want to do is close my eyes, and the elven part of me almost seems like it's split. I feel as though I am almost getting into a trance state where I am lying in this beautiful oasis garden of this small noble home, my head on the lap of a beautiful woman, smiling as I look up into her beautiful olive skin and amazing chestnut eyes, and she smiles with her thick lips and says, just stay a while. Just stay a while. For a little while. You do not have to fight. Do not fight this. This beautiful violet twinkle in her eye. Just stay. This is where you belong. Not in some horrible town with mist and dead things. You belong here. Life and the scent of citrus carrying on the wind from lemon and orange trees just fills me. And as I look into her eyes, they begin to grow dead. Just dead. And the skin, her beautiful olive skin, sallows. And I am back quickly in the mist, and I'm shaking my head, looking around to make sure no one saw kind of a moment of weakness in my part as the smile drops quickly from my face.
I love it. And so, with that, the crystals sort of become a glow of dull purple again as they hum more quietly. Just what do you do next as the fog rolls in and just wraps around you?
I feel like I've been working the fields all day. Josh was saying he'd adjust his grip on the handle of his shovel and he'd look over to his side. He sees Sariel standing there. She's standing straight. She good. She weathered the storm. But the others, him included, didn't do so well. He sees the desert man standing there, his smile gone, clearly shaken. A bit of greenness coming to the dark skin of his. Then his eyes go to Gilrod. And his eyes go wide as he sees Gilrod. What state is Gilrod in right now?
Gilrod, I'll let you answer that.
You see the smile is gone. He looks wide-eyed and scared. He looks surprised. He looks almost like something has been taken from him, like he's lost.
And seeing Gilrod with his expression on his face, Josh takes in a deep breath. wrenches his shovel out the ground, but it takes 2 pulls. He's too tired to do it normally. Puts it on his shoulder, kind of ducks for a bit, wobbles a second, and starts stepping towards Gilrod, one hand in his pocket, and he says, "Now, if you want to, and this goes for all you folks too, you can go ahead and take a walk out of Misty Meadows and come back later. I normally work solo, but right now, all together, we ain't faring too well."
Sariel looks at Joshua and says, "I'm not leaving you alone here. I think we're better off together, and we've fared better than most, I think, so far.
Girl, I've been alone 10 years.
We should figure out how to destroy this. We don't want to carry it with us."
Gilrod wouldn't have anything to say. He would just be sitting on the ground, just kind of shaking and just scared.
So this one time, Josh points down at Gilrod and he looks back to the elf and says, "This one ain't gonna make it if he keeps on acting up like this. Not everyone's suited to be messing with the dead. I sure as hell wasn't when I started on this journey. He sure as hell isn't now. If we keep doing this, I don't know how y'all's gonna be turning out by the end of it. I don't know how I'm gonna be turning out by the end of it."
I'm willing to take my chances.
Do not lose faith. We must steady ourselves, fight against this. We must leave these crystals here. And I fear that if you were to smash them, I cannot imagine the magical energies that would fly out of them. Who knows? They are beautiful, though. They are very beautiful. But we must get going. Let us leave them, find our way through the mist, go somewhere else. There must be something.
You gonna be able to keep up, Gnome?
He kind of shakes his head a little bit and stands up and he looks at the party and said, I'm still here to protect you all. I'm not sure what happened, but I will definitely do my best to keep you safe. I'm with you."
So the festival continues then. And turn on his heel, Josh walks into the mist with the party at his back. Who knows what he'll find in there? He certainly doesn't. But Flaming Shovel at the back, he knows one thing. He'll brain in whatever the fuck jumps out of him, even if it kills him to do so.
And with that, I want you to roll me a d4 to see where you end up in this Misty Meadows town.
Joshua has rolled a 2.
Does everyone follow Joshua?
Yeah.
Yes.
So, the fog is thick, and with that resolve, Joshua begins to walk. He looks a little more tired than just a moment ago, worn. And you walk for 5 minutes, maybe 10. It's hard to keep track of time in here, but you end up in front of the butcher shop again. And you stop, you stay yourself, and you try again, and a second time you're able to find a new place in Misty Meadows. And as the fog rolls over you and sticks to you, you feel a chill. You find yourself at the front steps of a simple, squat house. It's so simple, in fact, that there would be nothing drawing you to it whatsoever, except that you ended up here. And everyone roll a d20. I want you to add your perception. So everyone hears something, but specifically Malam and Joshua, you hear distinctly the sound of bare feet on hard wood. It's unmistakable because this town is so quiet. There's definitely something moving in this house.
I would suddenly, almost as like an instinct, my scimitar flashes out. I flip up and I have it kind of above my head with a curve pointing straight down, and I look to Joshua and I say, "My large friend, are we ready to encounter whatever horrors await us inside?"
Truth be told, friend, ain't nobody ready. I'm the least of 'em. But just know one thing when we walk in here. He takes a fang and he puts it between his eyes. Aim for right here in this spot. And then at least you'll look like you're ready. And maybe they'll drop dead before you do.
I kind of nod my head curtly, and I'll start moving quietly, like just sneaking toward the house and placing my back against the door, just ready to ambush anything that kind of pops out.
Absolutely. So, as the door creaks open, this is a humble home. And inside, immediately, you see the body of a grown man, face down on the floor in the kitchen. Even in this dim light, from what the moon is showing you, you can see that his face is blue and that some of the flesh has rotted off of his bones already. But apart from that, the house itself is just a humble home of someone who lives here in Misty Meadows. It's silent and still.
Well then, if you ladies gonna make me go in first, and Joshua lowers the shovel and takes one step onto the porch, the wood creaks underneath his leather boot. He takes another step and it creaks again. He looks at the door. He looks at the desert man. Malam. Ah, that's it. Joshua remembers his name. Knowing this is a man that will have his back. He may not have liked him before, but this is someone for now he trusts, if for no other reason that his heart still beats. With another step, again creaking the wood, he enters into the home in the light of his torch. Not the torch. The shovel in his hand is throwing weird, queer shadows on the walls. They seem to dance, kind of shift and change, almost as if Joshua is something else. Truth be told, he is. His head lowered, no amount of exhaustion can fog up the predatory mind that's now unhinged. The wolf's jaws that are now slaving within, his eyes narrow, crystal blue. They're looking for prey. He's looking. He's prowling on the hunt as he enters the house, towards where that body is.
And Gilrod would he'd be a few feet behind, and upon realizing that Joshua was going in, he would try to push his way past him by the side, just kind of sneak by the side, and with his warhammer drawn, and said, "No, I have this. I'm the leader. I have to protect you." And he just kind of runs in a few feet ahead of Joshua.
So what are Sariel and Malam doing?
Sariel cautiously approaches the porch and kind of peeks inside and just observes for now what Joshua and Malam are doing.
And I, realizing that nothing jumps out as the door opens and no creatures go in, I'm feeling a little foolish, but at the same time just realizing that it's better to be over-prepared than caught unawares. I quickly lower my scimitar, and out of my pack, I I just kind of reach in and I just feel for certain items, and one of the items I feel for is making sure that I have a small little pouch of what almost feels like round, hardened steel balls. And I kind of keep them, kind of clutch them, and remembering that I have them, I kind of put them into a spot where I can quickly get at them, and then kind of calmly like walk up the steps and kind of look in, peering around for anything.
And as you do so, it sort of all happens at once, and the mist sort of swirls around you as Joshua makes his way in, and the glowing shovel bathes the room in odd shadows, and Gilrod pushes through, jarring and moving those shadows about as the shovel sort of twitches. And then Malam and Sariel sort of stalking on the sides, looking. And this home is simply quiet, still. Anyone who chooses to do so, or who would be so inclined, can give me a medicine check on the corpse.
If possible, Josh would like to take the flat of his shovel and slam it down with every bit of strength that he can muster on top of this corpse's head.
You may do so as a free action. So describe to me what happens when you do that.
He sees Gilrod moving past him, and he looks at him for a second and shakes his head. He's not always been solo. He's had people with him before, people who get too eager. Sometimes those people learn and they go off by themselves. Other times they don't learn and they die. Hoping that Gilrod is more of the former, he walks up to the blue-faced man lying on the ground, takes his shovel in both hands, and he says, "Now looky here, gnome. When you're going about this, you gotta be thorough. Can't leave no bit of cotton unpicked on the farm, or it's gonna be a bad, bad time." And with that, he takes it in the air, hovers for a second, narrows his eyes, exhaustion kind of making him waver again. But he takes proper aim, and he brings it down as hard as he can. An explosion of cinders and white light shoots up from impact as that skull caves in, and rotten brain, more like goo, really goes flying one way, and eye goes flying another way. Bits of skull and flesh this way and that as well. As I slowly lift the shovel and I look down, to view upon my work.
Yeah. And as you do so, as that light explodes, you realize that perhaps you didn't see this at first, but the dining table has been overturned. And there were 2 chairs that had been flipped, and one of them has a missing leg. And as you explode the skull of this dead man, you sort of see a flash, and in the flash you see a huge chest wound, circular. Would anybody like to give me a medicine check?
Got 17.
Okay. So, at this point, what you would notice, Gilrod would immediately, in the flash of the light of that shovel, Gilrod would see that this chest wound has something to it, and that there are actually these jagged, large splinters in the wound. And you look, and you could see that one of the chair legs is missing, and you put 2 and 2 together that it appears as though this man was stabbed through with one of the chair legs. You would also see dried tar on the bottom of this man's boots, similar to the tar dripping from the zombie on the road before. I want everybody to give me a perception check. This house hasn't been lived in for long enough that there's a thin layer of dust over everything. And Joshua, I would imagine that your mammy made you keep everything very clean. I imagine that You had to keep things neat and tidy, at least as much as they could be on a farm. And so you know what a dusty house looks like. And you know that it's not okay. But in your experiences, you also know what it looks like when someone in little bare feet walks on a dusty floor. And you can see a pattern of footprints leading over to what looks like a small stool. And that makes you look up. And if anyone else looks up, they see that there's actually a small hatch in the wooden ceiling, the house's attic. And as small footprints in the dust lead to that stool, you hear the creaking above you, as though there's someone or something in the attic.
I look back to the rest of my party. I look clearly exhausted, I can tell, just from the bags underneath my eyes, the kind of droop of my eyelids, and with the shovel I indicate towards the hatch and I say, there's one thing I don't like. Two things, really. It's fighting in a basement and fighting in the attic. I don't want to fight in this attic. But if we gotta do it, we gotta do it. So, if one of y'all would like to come with me, I would like another one of y'all to stay down here and make sure I don't gotta worry about nothing poking his head back up after me.
I'll stay here.
Whatever Joshua's doing, I'd stay right by his side. And a happy step ahead.
Elf, I want to tell you one thing. If you hear me shout the words, burn it down, I want you to do whatever kind of spell mumbo jumbo you got to burn this whole motherfucking place down. You got it?
Got it.
Thank you. Malam, you coming with?
Yes. Let us put an end to whatever poor creature is up there.
Sounds good. And then with one hand, oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, and before, like, if I would see you starting to go up, but the first thing I would do is I'd place a hand on your shoulder and say, allow me. Maybe I can get up there rather quickly.
Age
And
before beauty, my mama always used to say.
you kind of look at him like, dick, and I would kind of like see that the hatch is closed or is it open?
It is closed.
And does it swing down, or would I have to push it up and open?
It does swing down, so you have to open it.
I would kind of see if I can grab something long, like a broom or some kind of a stick, and just kind of like hit the latch with the stick, like standing away, so if something were to like fall down, it wouldn't.
Sure.
It wouldn't land on me. So I just kind of like, poke it with a stick.
Sure.
I don't know. What do I roll? Do I roll something for that, or just
No. So essentially, there's a kind of a rickety old broom leaning against one of the corners. You could easily grab that, and you could slide the latch. You can slide it, and you do. And when you do, as the metal of the latch clicks open, the door hangs and swings, and nothing else happens, but the air is very still and quiet, and your ears almost start ringing.
Well, as I said, I will climb up, and I kind of run over. I kind of take this like running almost leap, and I bounding one foot off the stool. I kind of leap grab my hands to the edge and like throw myself up and then backwards quickly. Like as soon as I hit, like plant myself up onto the roof or onto this attic. My scimitar is already drawn, and I am just looking around, ready to strike whatever made that noise.
Sure, and I let you do so without any rolls. You're just exactly what you described happens. And so you say you're in the attic now, yes?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. And what would Joshua and Gilrod like to do? I know, Sariel, you were sort of watching, keeping sentry work here. What is the rest of the group going to do?
I don't want to fight with you, gnome. I know you want to go ahead of me, so go ahead.
Could Gilrod even reach it with a jump? I mean,
probably not. But you could probably reach it with that stool I was talking about.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'll grab the stool and do my best to jump up there with the desert man.
And it's a sight to behold, even in this terrifying dark place full of fog. There's definitely something to smile about as your tiny legs climb up, find this stool, and you don't make it on the first jump, and you don't even make it on the second jump. But your deity must be with you, because your fingers catch the ledge barely, and you pull yourself up through this attic.
And then I'll pull my warhammer out and be ready with the desert man.
Okay. Joshua, what are you doing?
I look back to the elf. There's a high chance something might be in this house still. I might come up through the floor, might come in through a window, might come in through the door. Can't ever be sure with waste and riches and banshees. That being said, if you need help, swear my name. And I swear to God, you'll see this shovel coming through this ceiling faster. Well, can't really think of nothing right now. It'll be really fast, alright?
Alright. Thanks, Joshua.
And then Joshua turns back and he looks up at the attic. He kind of straps his shovel back to his back, and the flames go down just to a small, very small glow. And he jumps up, grabs the edge, and pulls himself over in one acrobatic fluid motion.
Excellent. And so finally, I just wanted to ask, what specifically is Sariel doing to be at the ready and stay on guard? Describe that to me, Chris.
So, she's going to position herself with a wall to her back where she can see the hatch that they went through and hopefully see the front door and most of the room as well. And she just stands with her staff, almost like I almost envision a hockey player with their stick.
Absolutely.
She's kind of just as if she's gonna really use her staff to fend anything off, but
right.
She's feeling nervous and on edge, and that's what she goes to, as this kind of defensive stance.
Absolutely. And so, as the three of you are in the attic, your eyes begin to adjust. And you see something moving in the corner. Now, this attic is cramped. It's small enough. It's, maybe 15 by 15, 20 by 20. You're not sure. But you see the shape sort of moving, and you hear the same kind of creaking. And the sort of skittering of, as I said, barefoot on wood. And as your eyes begin to adjust, right here is where we're going to take a quick break. And so, unfortunately, I can, it's like not as cool, but I can hear my daughter crying. So the babysitter's with her, but I just want to make sure they have the right medicine and stuff. She has a double ear infection. So we'll take a quick 5-minute break. Let me check, make sure she has everything she needs, and then I'll be back to kill you guys, okay?
There you go.
All right. If you're just joining us now, I'm Tim with Tabletop Terrors. I'm joined by very, very amazing role players. and we are running horror at Misty Meadows, horror adventure from Absolute Tabletop, and I am having a blast. I hope you guys are having fun too. I'll be right back.
Totally cool.
Well, okay. I think Mike's in Vancouver, Chris.
He's not far from me then. Sweet. Still alive so far.
I don't think we've gotten to the hard stuff yet.
Well, you gotta have a big finish, right?
You know. I kept getting back. We're in the butcher shop. I kept thinking of the butcher from Diablo.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I was.
I'd love to get rid of him.
That's fun.
Sweet, delicious coffee.
What time is it where you are, Mike?
It is now 12:22 p.m. So technically, I guess it would be beer time now, but...
So you and I are in the same time zone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I live in British Columbia.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm in the Seattle area.
Right on.
Houston, Texas.
Oh, wow.
Where everything is bigger. Matter of fact, isn't that a small cup you're holding?
I'm from New Jersey. All right. I just live in Texas, and yes, actually, this is Rudy's Barbecue. It's a big one here in Texas.
Nice.
Barbecue. Being from Jersey, you say barbecue, I think you put a piece of chicken on the grill with some barbecue sauce. Came down to Texas, realized it's a food group.
Oh my, it is.
Man. As someone who lives in North Carolina with the famous Carolina barbecue, whew, you haven't lived yet until you've had barbecue, my friend.
Marquise, yeah, you ever heard of a school called Barton College?
No.
It's in Wilson, which is exit 121 off I-95.
Yeah.
It's actually the college that I used to go to.
Oh.
So I'm not too far from you. We used to party at NC State all the time.
Man.
So. Yeah, but yeah, Eastern North Carolina pulled pork barbecue. It's amazing.
Yes, it is. It's freaking delicious.
I miss that.
Yeah, there's a small chain of restaurants here called Memphis Blues,
Right.
and that's where they have like slow smoked. They have like just the smokers, and they just like slow smoke their ribs and everything else, and it's awesome. And my dad realized that, he's like, you know what? I'm going to teach myself how to weld, and I'm making my own smoker. So he did. He made his own smoker, and it's just, oh man, the ribs that come out of there, just phenomenal. And it makes
What's up, guys?
Everything okay?
Hey.
Yeah. It's all good. It's just she's on a prescription that she can take in the morning and the evening. So in between, we're trying to give her like baby Motrin and stuff because she had a little fever. So.
Been there, done that, bro.
So, all right. Yeah, I just answered. Is that cool?
Yeah, it's fine.
All right, sweet.
Yeah, that's good.
All right, guys. So, you're in the attic, and you see a small, thin figure. And as this figure backs against the wall, you start to make it out as a little girl, maybe in her preteen years, and you see that this girl may have been cherubic at one point, maybe even beautiful, but now she's gaunt and sort of primal, and her red hair hangs in her face, covering one of her eyes. And her other eye is wild as you approach her and as you're brandishing weapons. And as she's breathing heavy, she says, please don't hurt me. And you see that she's brandishing a chair leg with dried blood on it.
You hear the shovel go up in flames. Gold and radiant, they fill the attic. I move it behind me and steady in my left hand. I don't move it in front of me offensively. If anything, it's just to give me a bit more light as I look her dead in the eye. She has that burning life in her. At least, what little embers are remaining in her body. What little detritus of her soul hasn't been removed from her yet.
And she draws back from the light.
Little girl, how long you been in here for?
How long has it? It's been at least a week, maybe two. It's just been. I've been living off the leftovers in the town, the meat that wasn't rotted, and then the food from the kitchen, and there, and you see that she has a pile of goods that she probably grabbed from some of the general store and the tavern and things just to keep her alive.
You touch any of the purple crystal yet?
No, it's It does bad things. It's what made my father attack me. I had to. And she starts weeping and she drops the chair leg.
Gilrod would slowly make his way over to her, and is she standing or is she on her knees or?
She's standing. She was sort of like brandishing this chair as though she was going to try to fight, and she's just lost her will to do so.
He'll go over and kind of pull on her shirt and have her look down and just look up at her and say, "It's okay. We've all lost. We're here to help you." He says, "I will protect you, just like I protected them."
And as you say that, you see that there's a glimmer of hope in her eye, and she looks around and realizes that none of you seem to want to do her harm. And her eye sort of lights up and shows the first sign of relief. She says, "Thank you. Thank you."
Girl, come in. Let me look at you for a second. Make sure I ain't got no crazy wounds on you.
Okay. And she comes to you readily,
And I brush the hair out of her other eye, and I look her in the face, and I look at her neck and her arms, looking for bruises or cuts and whatnot.
And she has just your normal, her feet are a little cut. You can tell that she's been running around barefoot. Her hands are dirty, maybe some small cuts, from grabbing things and moving quickly and operating the hatch, but she's not wounded. She's just a little dinged up.
How old is you?
I'm 12.
And Malam?
Yes, my friend.
This one. You pretty good with that scimitar of yours. Can you watch her while I watch the rest of us?
And I'll kind of quickly, just in kind of a bit of a maneuver, I'll just kind of flick my scimitar back into my scabbard. I'll kind of set my pack down, and I would just kind of reach in and pull out some rations. Eat, child, eat. Have some food. You look like you could eat now. What happened here? We met some dangerous creatures. Has this been happening slowly, or did it happen very fast?
And she eyeballs your ration for a second, as though her manners return to her, and then they flee as she grabs it and starts eating with her hands. And in between bites, she's... The entire town, they left at once. It was like they were under some sort of spell. And I was out. I was foraging for sweet berries in the woods. And I don't think it affected me. I wasn't here, and the town, they all walked the way of the tar pits. They walked in that direction all at once. And my brother's missing too.
I see. These tar pits, where are they? Are they nearby? Are they toward a mountain, perhaps?
Oh yeah, the tar pits. They're almost a part of the town. Plenty of folks on the Travelers Road love to come and see them, and they've been acting weird lately. But yeah, they're less than a mile in that direction, maybe even closer. And she sort of points in. She seems to have her bearings in the house, and in the attic there's a small circular window, and she points out the circular window north.
Gilrod lets out a big sigh. He's visibly annoyed with Joshua, and he just kind of glares at him.
Listen, And you see Joshua, you see me stand up, you see him shrug his shoulders, you hear the popping of the joints and the bones in his back. And he looks to your shovel on his shoulder and he says, "You're good with that hammer. I need both your hands free and your mind clear. Don't get no booty two shoes attitude with me and get the bass out your voice because we're about to go kill something really big and we need to protect this girl." I give it him a line because he's skilled in this kind of thing. Look at him, how he moves around quiet like a snake through the cotton field. You? I need you at my back to protect me from what we're about to go fight.
Yes, yes, that makes sense. I'm sorry, my friend. I was being selfish. My apologies.
Mm,
You have my hammer.
good. And he looks back to Milan.
And I would look at the girl and to comfort her, I look at her and say, "Child, you are very brave. Perhaps right now you feel nothing but sadness in your heart for what you have had to do to someone who you loved very much. But please understand that thing that attacked you was not your father. The one who loved you, he went away. Unfortunately, he will not return. As it is in my homeland, when the sands shift and the heat grows and the weariness almost seems to leave your soul, remember that the times that you had by the water, the times that you had deep within your heart that fill you with joy, hold on to that and let that be a part of you. But don't ever let it out of your mind, for it will fill you with hope, fill you with help. But we are here now. We will take care of whatever it is that poisoned, and you will have your revenge. Sweet child, you will have your revenge. Here, have some water." And I pull out my water skin. Drink. Drink and be rejuvenated, child.
And she does so. She drinks, letting it run down her chin. She can't get the water into her mouth fast enough. She's just... And she's... "Thank you. I couldn't bury him. I couldn't bring myself to move him. My brother, my older brother. Please find him. Please save him. Please save Jarek. He went with the villagers. He crossed the pits and went into the mines."
Then that is where we will go, and that is where we will save your brother. And as I say that, I kind of look, kind of like past her shoulder at Joshua, kind of with a, he's probably dead look, but kind of just saying anything to comfort her.
And she takes the comfort. This is the first human interaction she's had in however many weeks, and so she takes the comfort. So at this point, Lily would give you the directions to the tar pits and the mines, but she would tell you that she didn't want to leave. I've been safe here for weeks. I don't want to venture out. I don't want to be in danger. Just come and find me when you're back.
Josh? Oh, go ahead, Gilrod.
No, it's just Gil, I would say, are you sure you don't need anyone here to keep you safe? I know so far you've done okay, but either myself or another member here will happily keep you safe. Are you sure you're okay staying here by yourself?
And she looks down and she picks up the chair leg. She says, "I'm sure. I can do what needs to be done. But it's been quiet for weeks, and I'm just so glad you're here."
Then Gilrod would look at Joshua and say, "After you. I have your back."
And Joshua, he was about to jump back down out the attic when she said that, and he gave pause for just a moment. And he turned back, and with his brilliant blue eyes, he looked at her. He nailed them. The hair on the back of his neck rose again. His fingers kind of fidgeted around the shaft of his shovel. "I'll be back," he tells the little girl. But the words he said has a tone there, an undercutting tone. A suspicious one, almost bladed. "I will be back." And he takes another step, and he falls back down to the ground below.
Okay. So if your business in the Claxon house is done, then you'd be able to make your way through the fog, and with Lily's directions, you'd be able to leave the confines and the fog of the main portion of Misty Meadows. And as you trudge north, the faint, noxious smell of tar, that same tar from the road way before, starts to fill your nostrils. And through a copse of gnarled trees and brittle shrubs, you come upon the bubbling, viscous tar pits of Misty Meadows. And so before you is a network of bridges and pieces of land connected by these short 15-foot bridges. And these are the bridges that the miners use to cross daily to do their work. And the pits are eerily quiet right now. The only thing that breaks the silence is just the occasional bloop, 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 black bubbles bursting as the pit boils over. And a steam rises from the pits, creating a different sort of fog that impedes your visibility. But you can tell that this place has an unnatural feeling, especially you, Joshua. There's something wrong here. And so in front of you, there's about a 40-foot landmass, and then you can either go right or left, taking a 15-foot bridge to the next section, and then a 15-foot bridge to the next section. So no matter which way you go, you're going to have to cross 3 of these 15-foot bridges. What do you want to do?
I want to be straight with you, boys and lady. More than likely, as we seen these zombies and those dogs with tar coming at them, tar covering them. Pretty much all tar. When we crossing these bridges, I expect something to jump out at us sooner rather than later. I ain't looking forward to it. That being said, stay close to each other. One person gets pulled down, at least we can try and pull them back up before they get eaten alive. Got it?
A sound idea, my friend. After all, it would be an uneventful trip if we weren't being tried to be killed by something. So, after all, let us be ready. And I again pull out my scimitar, and I kind of begin to look back at the other group and say, please, perhaps I can sneak across and be ready with someone if something were to come up. And I kind of look to the center bridge, and I kind of begin to edge closer to it, and kind of begin to stealthily make my way across the bridge.
You're right. Go with them.
I just nod.
Okay. And you may have said this, but I missed this one part. Did you go to the left bridge or the right one?
Oh, my apologies. I thought there was a center bridge.
Oh, no, sorry. So there's a center landmass, and then a bridge that goes right and a bridge that goes left.
I apologize.
No, you're good.
I guess I'll probably go to the right.
Okay.
To the right bridge, and then begin to kind of stealth my way across it.
It's perfect. And Gilrod, do you follow?
Yes, I do. Maybe 2 or 3 feet behind, letting him lead.
Okay, perfect. I want for Malam to give me a perception check.
And that would be a 20.
Okay. These bridges look precarious and rickety. And as you step onto them, you see Gilrod begin to take and step a foot onto them. And you take pause and think that perhaps maybe you both shouldn't be on the bridge at the same time.
And I shoot my hand back silently to Gilrod, and I kind of make a motion for him to like stay back, as I alone will take the steps across.
And so, Gilrod, I want you to give me a wisdom check.
Okay. That's a nat 20.
Okay. You would understand what he meant, at least, whether you listen or not. You would understand what his hand gesture meant, and the look on his face would mean that you were being instructed not to follow.
Okay.
What do you do?
I would just slowly back off. Just be coming right up to the bridge, but not putting any weight on it.
Okay.
Let him get across first.
Okay. And he does so. So the first bridge is crossed on the right-hand side by Malam safely as the tar bubbles and churns. Malam, you notice strange, large bones that protrude from the inky tar. And there's an overturned cart that blocks a portion of this landmass that you're on now. You see that there are bloodstains and that there are several minor lanterns and some large bites have been taken out of the cart.
I would kind of investigate the cart, and I'd also kind of search the cart if there's anything around that I could, perhaps use, or something, something that I would like to, I guess, pilfer. Seeing as how I'm here by myself, I'm like, well, if opportunity knocks, I will walk through the door.
It's unfortunately just a rickety wooden cart that probably had, rocks and dirt. It's been tipped over. There's a bite mark in it. There's nothing really of value.
Are you sure there's not a +3 Vorpal Warhammer I can give to the little guy in there? There's got to be.
If there was, it may have been eaten.
Now, can I, once I see that Milan has crossed the bridge, can I cross over to join him?
Of course.
Yeah. I think that should be our kind of standard plan. He'll go across something first, then as soon as he's across, we know it's safe, then I'll go over.
All right. Now, what are Joshua and Sariel doing?
With the flaming shovel, I pour it towards the bridge. The ladies first.
Now, I want Joshua to give me a wisdom check as well as Sariel to see if they both cross the bridge at the same time.
25.
Okay. So you also notice that this bridge is rickety and probably would only hold the weight of one person at a time.
12.
So, Joshua, would you give her any sort of, pause, any of cues?
Josh seeing the bridge and kind of like, so it's like, I've been observing how Milan went across. I saw his hand go up, my eyebrow perks. I see Gilrod go across, and I realized I could tell not much would give that little gnome hesitation. I put one foot on the bridge. I checked the ropes. You go across first, girl. Don't go across with anyone else. You'll fall through. Not safe.
Okay. And Sariel will proceed across solo.
So as you do so, the four of you are standing on the next piece of land where there's an overturned cart. You have two more bridges to cross to get to the mouth of what looks like a cave. As you make your way across these rickety bridges, you become aware of a sudden stillness. The tar continues to bubble as the rope bridges creak. The rope and the boards in front of you in one of the pools of tar. The tar splits, and an enormous reptilian skull begins to emerge. its jaw only half attached. This thing rises from the tar and covered in smoldering black goo. The skeletal form of a 20-foot-tall, zombified Tyrannosaurus Rex turns toward you. Rotting flesh hangs from it in layers, and tar belches forth as it roars and draws back to strike. I would like for everybody to give me a dexterity saving throw versus this tar zombie dinosaur's acidic tar breath weapon.
Don't forget to add +3, guys.
And so there would be a dex.
Yep.
All right. It looks like everyone is able to jump out of the way as this thing belches burning acid tar onto the ground you're standing on. Just and from there, I would like for everybody to roll initiative. Okay. So, first person who's going to be able to go is as you jump out of the way of this acidic tar, Malam. What do you do?
This like black, stinking, burning tar just envelops over as I dive out of the way. Pulling out my scimitar, I kind of look at it, and I look at the beast, and I kind of roll my eyes at myself, and I flip it, and I put it back, because I realize that a scimitar will do as much as a toothpick against an elephant. I reach over, and I grab my my short bow, realizing that I've got nothing else, and this beautifully curved compound bow, unsling it, grab an arrow, kind of let back, and off to one side, keeping out of its visual range, I make an attack and aim directly for it.
Okay.
And still, like kind of off to one side. I rolled an 11. I don't really think that's gonna hit, but still creeling off to one side, trying to take a snapshot. I just don't really pay attention with the darkness of the air intermixed with the blackness of the tar, and I think I hit it, but I actually the arrow just sails like right past it, and I curse myself, and I kind of almost look to the others to make sure that they didn't see how terrible that shot was.
Sure, and as you shoot, the arrow actually does hit, but as it turns, half of the thing's face is entirely skeletal with no musculature or anything like that. So the arrow hits and just bounces off of the thing's skull without even bothering it. So, is there anything else you'd like to do?
So I would then take the opportunity to take a bonus action and just kind of like, is there anything on this final landmass? Is there anything that I can like hide behind, or any sort of covering? Or
you can try to hide behind the cart.
Okay. So yeah, just kind of So I'll just try and kind of like duck in behind the cart and sneak back.
Awesome. And so, Gilrod, what are you doing as you dodged this belching of acidic tar?
Well, about how far away is this thing from me?
Oh, it's 20 feet tall, and it's probably 15, 20 feet from you.
Okay. I think what I would do is I would, of course, the Warhammer would be out, and I would just close my eyes for a brief moment, put my open hand over the Warhammer, and just mutter either just some inaudible words, but everyone knows that I'm saying something. And the head of the hammer is going to start to glow white hot, and it's just going to get brighter and brighter until it's almost difficult to look at. It's so bright. And I'm going to use I'm going to use Searing Smite and just try to mash the closest part of this thing that I can get to, probably its foot. Sure. And just, as I said, just go up to it and just as hard as I can with the one hand, just smash the top of its foot.
Okay. So let's see if you actually are able to damage this thing.
That was a 2. No.
So yeah, unfortunately, the tar and the movement of this creature as it's like roaring, it's unfortunate, but you can't actually hit it. Your camera sort of hits the tar and probably just splashes it.
Yep.
All right. So tell me, what is Sariel doing?
So Sariel starts to form a spell, and you once again hear those velvety tones of the arcane as she speaks the words, and you start to see these bolts of flame, three bolts that shoot out as a ray for an attack of 15.
Okay. And so as you do this, you see that you hit this thing, but the flames hit the layer of tar and sort of incinerate it, almost like, so it doesn't burn, it burns out. Just this, and the thing sort of shrugs off that damage. Is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
No.
All right, Joshua, what do you do?
The acid comes in for us all. 3 people dodge out the way. I stand there for just a second, hesitating. I never seen something like this, something so monstrous, so disgusting. Quite frankly, I'm terrified. But that terrifying feeling I'm feeling, that feeling of horror, it goes away real quick when I see that acid coming at me. Quickly, I duck to the side and I come back to my knees just as it splashes against the ground. My shovel is stabbed into the ground. I turn and look over my shoulder. Next thing I know, my crossbow is in my hand. The flames from the shovel disappear. They turn to embers like fireflies dancing around me, and they collect around the crossbow. It becomes a weapon of radiance, a weapon of my power, a weapon to slay the profane souls of the dead rising around me. I aim it quickly, narrow one eye, take aim, ching ching. Both bolts go flying out for a 15 and a 16.
The first bolt goes right into the hollow eye socket of the thing's skeleton, and it turns almost curiously as the flames from Sariel's strike are just... And as it turns, the second arrow of yours finds its eye, red and green and swollen and undead, and it bursts it.
Alright. You want the damage for that?
Yeah.
Alright, 19 points of damage.
Nice work. All right. So, at this point, this zombified T-Rex, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to roll a D4 to see who it attacks. Okay. Joshua, this zombified T-Rex snaps down at you with visceral, predatory precision and is trying to bite you, hopefully at the waist, just taking you in its jaws. $21 to hit.
That hits Joshua.
All right. So you take immediately the bite as it comes and looms down on you. You are inside of the acidic, burning mouth of this zombified Tyrannosaurus Rex. And you take 21 points of damage, and you are now grappled inside the mouth of this T-Rex.
Joshua does not scream. His teeth gritting. He curses himself internally, knowing that he should have stood up. He should have just charged it with his shovel. He made a mistake, and that mistake could cost him his life. Not like this! Not like this! He says to himself, reaching into the coat and grabbing that rabbit's foot.
And as he's doing that, the dinosaur takes, and with you in its mouth, blows another hot, acidic cone of tar directly over you. You immediately fail your saving throw, and you take 13 more points of damage. As the tar and the acid just washes over you, and it takes pieces and layers of your flesh as it just flaps. And you end your turn in the creature's mouth as it ends its turn. And it is Gilrod. No, apologies. Mike, it is Malam's turn.
Malam, seeing his new friend Joshua kind of like bearing down with this creature. So I'm guessing like the creature's head is actually like on the landmass, right?
Yeah, so it basically just like came down and it's very close to you, and then it just does the breath weapon right there, just.
Dropping his bow, I will like pull out the scimitar, sneak around so it can't see me, and I'll just sit there and kind of run up behind it, hacking away with the scimitar at the last vestiges of the sinew that are holding the rest of the jaw together in order to like snap, like have the jaw just completely fall right off.
Okay.
And that would be an 18.
Okay, you do hit. Explain to me how you try to take this thing's jaw off and what it looks like.
Tam train. By the way, folks, if you ever wanted to know how I came up with the fiasco one-shot, just saying, train stations. So I run up underneath the creature, its neck, or at least its bony protrusions of its neck, reaching forward onto the landmass, dripping hot tar. Expertly, I move around this hot, dripping black ooze, and I almost look to see where the creature's jaw and the sinew and the muscles are attached, and I begin looking at the tendons, snapping at it, flipping my sword, just a flash of steel as I am hacking away at everything that is keeping that jaw firmly attached to the skull.
Absolutely. And you succeed. And as you dislocate the other side of the unhinged jaw that was barely holding Joshua in there, he falls to the landmass, a smoking tar-covered husk. And you, sir, need to give me a dexterity saving throw to not fall into the tar.
Oh, yeah,
wait, sorry, me or?
Me, right?
Oh, no. Joshua, you fell on the landmass, but
okay.
Malam, as you're just like hacking and doing all this stuff right at the tip of the landmass, and this thing is kind of moving around. Sorry, Malam, you need to see if you fall into the tar because it's kind of boiling over and slick.
Gotcha. That would be, if I remember correctly, so that would be a 14.
Okay, so you barely make it. So you kind of step, and the ground gives way under one of your feet and slides into the muck as you sort of, take 2 steps back and get your balance again. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
I would imagine that as I'm about to fall, I shift all my weight onto my hand, doing basically a hand plant, single-handed cartwheel, and then flipping over. Again, I kind of get it to the ready position, my scimitar kind of like pointing around, like looking for another enemy, and I quickly run to Joshua to see if he is okay.
Absolutely. Gilrod, what are you doing at this point?
Well, I would be very concerned that Joshua was hurt. But seeing Milan run to him, I would pause. How far away from the top of the T-Rex's head?
For you, if the T-Rex is 20 feet and, kind of bowing down, I would say it's at least 10 feet in the air. And then, so 10 feet up from the ground that you're standing on.
Okay. What I would like to do is just mutter again, that smile is going to return to my face, thinking about what I'm planning to doing. And I'm going to cast Misty Step. And my this golden mist is going to start to surround me, and I'm going to instantly be teleported onto the top of the T-Rex's head. I can do this as a bonus action.
Sounds good to me.
And I want to appear like 5 feet above the head and just come down with my hammer as hard as I can into the top of this thing's skull.
Absolutely. Go ahead and roll.
All right. 18.
Hits.
All right. And that's going to be 6 damage.
Okay. So you do so. So you see this gnome phase and then drop on top of the T-Rex's head as he... And if this were a lesser creature, a living creature, it probably would have hurt it much, much more. But in this case, it was simply another drop in the bucket.
Okay. And hopefully I don't fall off the head.
In fact, why don't you give me a dexterity check to find out if you did? That was going to be my next phase. I just didn't want to rain on your parade too soon.
That's a 16.
You make it.
Okay.
So you're able to stay yourself. And as you do this, as this is taking place, Sariel, what are you doing?
Sariel would run over to Joshua and see if she could provide any aid.
Okay. And so he's definitely a husk on the ground. He's burning. He's not looking great, although he's still conscious and still somehow looks aware. A lesser man would be probably dead by now. So what do you want to do specifically to aid him?
So she has a little bit of medicine
Okay.
skill, so she would try to just do anything that might stabilize him, wrap some bandages, or
Sure.
pull out some mundane healing to try and
Absolutely.
help him out.
So this is absolutely possible, and he's sort of covered in this tar, so I think honestly what the first step would be is to try to use anything and everything around you, maybe some larger leaves or something, and just try to scrape this hot tar off of him as the first piece of first aid he needs. And so you can absolutely do that. And in doing that, you're going to save him from the effects of this coming turn. So the tar has properties that would have burned him and continue to harm him, but by you taking your turn to do this, those properties will not take effect because you're getting it off of him. Okay, but that will be your turn, and that goes to Joshua, the burning man.
One hand hits the ground hard. Another hand reaches out and grabs the nearest thing it can, the collar of Milan, and he grabs it hard, and these wild blue eyes look at him for a second as the tar is being removed from him, the leaves being used to patch him up. Not like this. And he rises up, shaking horribly. You can't tell what's black clothes with his dark skin and what's the tar anymore. It's all kind of melting together. He's burning, he's sizzling, he's cracking. He reaches out, almost blindly groping at the air, and one by one his fingers wrap around the handle of his shovel. Not just the blade this time, no, but the shaft too, the handle as well. The entire thing bursts into this radiant, brilliant golden light, as if the sun had come to his hands and taken shape in the weapon. He rips it from the ground, and dirt goes this way and that way. Tar too. Tar is incinerated by the flames as the light leaps up. His shadow, you can see, is winged. He is an angel on earth, you could say, something that's kind of touched the divine, something that's crossed the gap and come back. He turns to where the T-Rex is. Is he close enough to strike it with his shovel or no?
He is close enough to strike it with his shovel without an attack roll, because that description was beautiful.
Beautiful.
So you may hit whatever attacks you are going to do.
All right, so this is a lot of dice I'm about to roll. Just give me one moment.
Do it big, man. Do it the biggest.
Oh, that's nice. Oh shit. Holy crap. Okay. 29, 49. Yeah, 40. Yeah, 49 points of radiant damage. Not radiant, but 49 points of damage overall. Sorry.
Okay. Can I narrate something that I think would be interesting, and you can stop me if you don't like it?
Go ahead, brother.
So the way I see this is you're just this radiant witch hunter, and I just see this righteous anger destroying this creature before you. So I imagine that you step and grab the rickety bones of this thing's inner chest and just pull, just breaking apart where this thing's innards are, what used to be these archaic dinosaur innards, and they kind of just spill out. And with that, you would find the inside. And which weapon did you say you're using? Were you using your shovel again or something different?
My shovel.
It is the shovel. I just imagine that you take the shovel, and from the vantage point that you have, you literally take the thing and bring it down, cutting every sinew and tendon and piece of archaic mass that's holding whatever's in this thing, and all of its insides spill out at once, just as it starts to kind of wobble, and you see its eye that was exploded by your arrow sort of sink in, and it falls and begins to sink into the tar. Is there anything you'd want to change about that?
That's beautiful. It's exactly what would happen.
Perfect. And this T-Rex begins to sort of sink into the tar back from whence it came. And you've got 2 more bridges to cross. Everyone, initiative order's over.
Gilrod would jump down, obviously, onto the landmass and just kind of look at Joshua and say, "Well, I helped. Just want you to know that I helped."
You see Joshua.
Of course you did. You did a fine job.
Joshua has his shovel stuck into the ground now. He's leaning against it. His eyes look to you. They're a bit duller than before. Listen. If you got any water on you, ask your God to turn it to wine, because god damn do I need a drink right now.
And do you press onward?
Real quick before we move, I would just put a hand on him, or both hands on him, and I would use lay on hands for the max that I could do, which is 30,
Okay.
just to get him healed up and back to fighting form.
Awesome. All right, so you do that, and again, the spell has trouble at first, as though your deity can't find you. It's just this dense difficulty, but then it does open up, and everything seems to work fine. You approach the cave of the mines of Misty Meadows. As you do so, the cave is yawning like the maw of a great beast. And as you enter the mines, an eerie purplish glow bathes the wall and the floor, and a sickening low-pitched hum, just that woo, woo, it drones almost imperceptibly. But that glow, that purple glow and the hum, they are emanating from these crystals that are glowing, and they're growing from the walls jaggedly in these clusters. I want everyone to give me a saving throw for wisdom, as these crystals are trying to infiltrate your mind.
Shit.
So, you find yourself in an area where you see these horrific twisted glyphs on the wall. You see these glyphs, and they look scrawled and scratched and burned in tar, and they begin to make sense. They all begin to sort of make words to you. They start to form and speak to you. Joshua, you know what's going on. These crystals are trying to infiltrate your mind. But no one else realizes this, and no one else cares, because the glyphs start to form a question. The glyphs start to ask a riddle. And as these glyphs sort of make a shape, you hear a whisper. And the whisper begins to show you what these glyphs mean, and they read, "As I was on my way to Misty Meadows, I met a coven of 7 widows. Each widow's sack had 7 rats. Each sack of rats had 1 dead cat. Each stone-dead cat had 20 flies. All sets of flies had 2 red eyes. How many were going to Misty Meadows? Speak the answer." Joshua, you know that this is an infiltration, something trying to parlay with your mind. Everyone else, you just realize that you can read these glyphs and that they make sense to you. Does anyone know the answer to the riddle, and do you need me to read it again?
Yeah, I need you to read it again. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I'm going to actually, you can read this, so I'm going to put it in the chat.
Okay.
Anyone can speak the answer.
Almost in a daze, Malam would look. Oh, yes. Yes. I understand. I understand it all. Yes. One. It makes so much sense. One around. One. Yes. And it almost to answer the riddle, it almost fills me with this purpose, as all I can see is just the answer all around, is just spinning around. All of these purple glyphs just seem to like roll with me, as I feel that the most important thing is to get this answer right, to appease someone or something I don't even know.
Exactly. And it is, you are correct. And immediately, you see before you something that, and again, Joshua, you know that this is illusory. This is in the mind only. But you actually see a translucent door of crystal. And you're now, even though you're aware of it, all of you are in this sphere of dream, this place of the crystals. And you are faced with these huge doors. And each one of the doors has a crystal. The door has 4 holes. And there are 4 crystals laying in front, as though keys to a lock.
It's a trick, I'm telling y'all.
And then you see and hear a voice that says, "Focus intently and you will see. Imagine your crystal to be the key. And if you would like to do so, the crystal will appear in your hand and make the shape of the key to open the door."
Don't do it. It's a trick. They're playing with your mind. They're doing what they did back in Misty Meadows. Remember the girl, Lily. Remember her father that she had to kill. Don't do it. Don't play with it.
So what does everyone do?
I would, at this point, Gilrod has some very high respect for Joshua. I would just kind of shake my head, and I would listen to him. I would just almost take a step back physically and just pause and not do anything.
Okay. How about Malam and Sariel?
Sariel will employ those mental walls that she used earlier, and just take a deep breath and kind of stop and think for a minute about what's going on.
Okay. So it's. I was just going to say, Malam, are you listening to Joshua, or are you doing your thing here?
I want to listen to Joshua, but is it okay? Can I make another wisdom saving throw?
You absolutely can.
Okay. And sadly, I don't even know what my own DC is.
If you, what did you get?
It would be a 14. So I don't even know what.
Okay, so you would barely fail.
Listening to Joshua, his words are just ringing in my head, but just in the back of the mind, it's just the key, put the key in the door, don't fail. And I just look at the key, and the key just begins to symbolize everything, from the key to the first home that I was able to afford in one of the nicer districts of Arat, to the key to a special thieves guild, to the key of anything. I just look and I, no, my friend, I must. This key will unlock my destiny, and I just begin to walk. And I place the key into the hole, and I kind of stretch my arms out as a martyr, and I say, give to me, please.
And as you take the crystal, as you place it in the keyhole, it works perfectly for you. And you see the same vision of this woman that you've been speaking of, and you see this happening before your eyes. And you see her basically goading you in to come into the door. And for the rest of you, this all starts to dissipate, and you start to kind of come to, and you're back in the cave looking at the glyphs. But you just see Malam sort of standing there with a dead stare, and you see him gripping one of the crystals so tightly that blood is streaming from his squeezed fist. And Mike, I need you to actually take some damage, some psychic damage. And so I will let you roll it, but I need you to take 2d6 psychic damage from touching this crystal and holding it.
Okay, and that would be 7 psychic damage. Just the head is just racked. Blood is beginning to trickle from my nose and a little bit from my ears and my eyes.
Yeah.
But I'm still smiling as I place this crystal in and just wanting to have it fill me with whatever false light that it is.
Absolutely. And all of you now, especially that this has sort of ended, you realize that the entire thing was illusory, and it was the crystal's ploy to sort of... It's a security system, you can clearly tell. If you look now, you can sort of see that there is a curvature and another entrance to an alternate room. And if you follow that path and enter the room, it's pitch black. But you hear something. You hear shuffling and breathing. And 15 feet in front of you, a single tiny glowing orb appears. It's fiery and it's purple. Then a second one. Then 10 more. Then 20 more, all in pairs. And you realize that these glowing purple orbs are the eyes of the people of Misty Meadows. And as the room becomes more illuminated with their purple eyes, it reveals their tragic state. This is the town of Misty Meadows, and they stand, gaunt, covered in blood. Their feet and hands are blistered beyond recognition. Each of their faces emotionless. At least 40 or 50 people surround you with glowing purple eyes. They don't move to attack. They're entirely docile. Their slack jaws hang open unnaturally. And in a terrible whisper, all 40 of them say in unison, "He is waiting for you." and they part, revealing another cave mouth. And purple light erupts. What do you do as you're facing this purple glowing cave mouth?
Is Malam still holding onto the crystal?
He can be. It's up to him.
I would imagine that I don't know if I'm still at the door or not, or if I just, like, shaking it off. Right, did I just take damage? Like, that was just the...
It was damage, and at this point, basically, you wouldn't have any other effects at this moment.
Okay, and then after that, I would probably just drop the crystal, realizing what had happened, and I kind of shuffle, and I'm just kind of shuffling, but, like, although my body's in it, my heart and my mind just seems to be off, like just away. So I mean, it's almost like that, when you're super tired at work, but you're just trying to like soldier through the day kind of thing. So just, kind of blood is just like starting to coagulate on my nose and my eyes and ears, and just I have my sword, barely able to lift it. Let us go meet our destiny. Yes.
Malam, look at me. Look at me.
And I just kind of move. I can't even move my eyes. I just have to move my entire head. And
go ahead.
Try and like open them up even wider, just to kind of focus on Joshua.
I grab Malam by the collar of his robe and I pull him close, so close that we're practically kissing. He can feel my breath across his face, and I say, "You go back. You go back and you find that girl and you get her the fuck out of that town, because I don't trust you in here, but I trust you with her. You live. This is not for you, and this is not your destiny." And I push him back.
No, you don't understand. We cannot leave. We cannot leave this cavern or this place. We must fight. The child has not been corrupted by this place. Let us fight, but let us die with honor, as we are in our heads. Let us die in our heads.
You sorry sack of shit. And Joshua spits to the ground. Pugh! This is why I go solo. This is why I don't trust nobody. Gilrod, are you still sane in the head, or are you going crazy too?
Oh, I'm just doing fine. You want to go towards that door?
No, I want you to be the hero here, and I want you to go back and make sure that girl Lily lives. Tell her her brother is dead, and this is no place for her. And you take her back down the Traveler's Road. You want to protect someone? Protect her with all you got.
She will be safe. And I turned very quickly and walked out the door.
Elf, this is your last chance to turn back too. This is my...
I'm not turning back. Sariel, though, turns to Malam, and she touches him. She lays both hands on him, and she starts to utter a spell. And she attempts to use Remove Curse.
Okay. You feel, Malam, as though something cold being pulled out of your veins, through your back and through your neck. You feel this essence leave you, and you just feel dazed for just a moment, but you're back to yourself, and you understand where you are, and you understand what has happened. Thanks to Sariel.
And I would see it's almost as if like I'm throwing up, but it's like throwing up this like black, almost like an ectoplasm of this like just blackness with like small bits of purple electricity crackling around it as it just exits my mouth as I'm throwing up. And as I breathe in, it's like I'm breathing for the first time, and I'm coughing. And I look up, and I kind of reach a hand out, and I place it onto Joshua's shoulder. And I just look with a steel determination Let us kill this thing. And, Sariel, I will give my life to repay you for this. This I swear as a Jaharan. You have my life. Now, let us kill this thing. Let us destroy this abomination of life. And my scimitar just slashing around, I kind of look to this crowd of people, and I get ready.
Okay. So, if you enter the next room, what you see is something like you've never seen before. In the center of the room, an oblong skull levitates, ebbing and flowing with that same dreadful hum. It's similar to what Gilrod saw in his vision. And you see that you're actually standing over a thin crystal floor, and beneath it a lake of tar boils and churns, appearing as a dark purple through the colored crystal. Seated upon a makeshift throne of jutting purple crystals is a gaunt, haggard young man. His eyes are hollow sockets of darkness. He caresses the purple skull as it floats next to him as he notes the arrival of the adventurers. This is Jarek, Lily's brother. He's fallen under the influence of something vile. And in that moment, you see a flash. And it's as though you start to see and hear and feel where you are and why you are there. You are in the presence of an old and ancient lich's servant. And you see these flashes, and you see that centuries before the founding of Misty Meadows, there was a lich known as Vorgel Dracus. And the heroes of the realm, they couldn't find his phylactery. They couldn't destroy him. So they put him in an iron coffin bound with heavy chains and dumped him into the tar pits. And you see this. As the years fell away, these heroes aged and they died, and Vorgel Dracus was forgotten. And as he was forgotten, the town of Misty Meadows was built and expanded, and Dracus waited. And the mines brought security and prosperity to the town, and Dracus waited. And you see just these flashes, and you see his necromantic body dissolving as the tar is eating it away, but regenerating at a pace so that over the course of these eons, he's been regenerating again and again. Eventually, the tar became itself a stew made up of Vorgel Dracus. And you see this tar, and as it happens in nature, it's creeping up, and when it reaches the surface and cools, these purple crystals begin to form. And these purple crystals begin to spread in the cave and the miners and infect this town. And now, for Vorgel Dracus to rise from these tar pits, you see that he has gotten the townsfolk of Misty Meadows to come in and give their souls to do so. Jarek is now a lich fiend, a servant to the undead Vorgel Dracus who will do anything in his power to make sure that his lord rises. And I'm going to show you a picture of Jarek right now. And so, Jarek stands from his throne, and his mouth opens, and from a whisper to what sounds like a shout, not in his voice, but in someone else's, it's, "I will eat your souls." And with that, we will roll initiative.
Yes.
Okay, so it's looking pretty good for the team here. All right, so Mike and Chris, typically on a tie, I'll give it to the person with the highest dexterity. What are your dexterity scores?
Mine is 16.
Chris, how about yourself?
Whoops, minus 15.
Oh, cool. All right, so Mike will go ahead and go first. And so, just to be 100% clear, Gilrod, did you leave?
Yeah, I walked out the door. I didn't run out or anything, but if somebody yelled for me, they'd probably get me back in there. But
you probably would have heard the terrible whisper of the lich. That was pretty loud, but that's up to you and your character, man.
If I heard that, I would probably turn around and go help my friends.
Perfect.
So
what we'll do is the first person in initiative order as of now is Joshua. So Joshua, I will let you go ahead and take your turn. I'll also show you folks quickly a map so that you can kind of see, because it's difficult to imagine, I think. But this is a crystal floor. This is a very small map I'm about to show you, but you'll get the point. It's a crystal floor, and there's a throne, but there are corners and edges and things of that nature. So here, take a look at this. Okay. So you see this right here with sort of the etching and that kind of thing? That's the crystal throne here. So that's where you are, and so this is the entrance. So that's the basic theater of the mind landscape and layout. So, so Joshua, what do you do?
Joshua stands there, staring at this thing that was once a man, no longer anything worth talking about. He reaches into the remains of his pocket. Most of it was destroyed by the tower. In fact, most of his belongings were destroyed by that T-Rex's attack. But something remained, something important. He picks out that mottled little mutilated rabbit's foot, black now, nasty looking, got an awful stench to it. But he picks it up, he looks at it, and closes it in his fist. He blows on it. This ain't no time for words, he knows. This is a time for action. And his blue eyes open, and they are pulsating with a radiant glow. The first thing Joshua is doing is he is using one of his witch hunter features as a bonus action, restraining a wound. As he throws the rabbit's foot into the air, and it becomes a bolt of light that strikes his lich right in the chest. What he's trying to do is restrain it. Basically, needs to make a DC 16 save or strength or dexterity throw, or be restrained.
Perfect. All right. Okay, that would be. He does not make it.
And as he's restrained, he hefts up the shovel, and again the entire thing becomes covered in this radiant violet flame, golden, beautiful shadows going everywhere. It's actually so bright now, Josh realizes, that it's even fighting against that glow of the ground. It's putting back, pushing away that purple haze closing in. It's replacing the power of the lich all around with the power of Josh as he jumps forward, full speed ahead, his shovel coming in twice. I rolled a 24 and an 18 a hit, but I have an advantage because it's restrained now. So do any of those hit, or should I roll again?
So both of those hit.
All right. So excuse me as I roll a bunch of dice once more.
Absolutely, man. No, do it big.
Wow. Okay. Okay. I'm using everything for this. 43.
That's it. We're buying Marquis a whole whack of dice.
That is 59 points of damage total.
Okay. So as you do these attacks, you see that the Lich Fiend is he essentially is just like, and he's just reeling back and all this damage. And then you see he goes, and you see that he was faking and that he wasn't restrained. And now that you've come closer, he is going to use his bonus action to punch you with his crystal fists. Does a 16 hit you?
It is my AC, so I believe that does hit.
All right, so it does hit. So as you do that, and as you all of this, and as you restrain him, and the Lich plays dead. He, looks restrained and everything like that. But one of the Liches, he has condition immunity to restrained, so he played it that way, and then he and he takes 2 actions, punching you as hard as he can, just right here in the chest with his crystal fists. And that is 12 necrotic damage and 1 piercing damage.
I describe how Josh reacts to that on his next turn.
Excellent. All right, so next in this initiative order would be Malam.
Malam is just in awe of this creature. Like he never, in all of his time, has seen something like that. But steeling himself, pulling his scimitar out as this thing is attacking Joshua, he'll come up behind it with his scimitar and kind of like switching his grip to a bottom grip, he'll come up and slash against its back, and then I'll use a funny little bonus action. So that'll be a modified 20.
Okay, modified 20 hits.
And I don't know if you want to classify that as a sneak attack or not. If not, that's totally fine.
You can, because he is embroiled in this charade that he's, kind of portraying here to his combatant here in Joshua in front of him. So I'll give you that.
Okay, but I'll only draw on it once because I don't want to spam that as some sort of nonsense.
Sure.
And holy crap, I love it when you roll a 4, 5, and a 6.
All right. So what's the total with all those rogue bonuses?
15. So it'll be 18 damage. I just come right up and dig straight in, pushing the incredible sharpness of the blade with my own weight as I slash straight up with 18 damage. And what is this creature wearing? Like, is he wearing like robes or something like that?
It's just a robe, but he has a naturally thick skin covered in those crystals, so it's a very thick sort of natural armor. It's unnatural armor, really.
Okay. What I'd like to do is, as a bonus action, I'm gonna try and like pickpocket this guy, and see if I can steal something off him or something that he has on his person that is making him powerful and take it away from him.
Okay. So you do try to look for something like that, and actually it's unfortunate, but you can see that these crystals are growing out of him. So you sort of pat him down and do something quick, but it's just robes, flesh, and crystals growing out of him. He has hollow sockets where his eyes should be, and this appears as though Vorgil Dracus has overtaken him from the inside, probably through some sort of ritual.
Okay. Then and then that would be my bonus action. And,
okay. So there's one thing I want to mention to you. As you do slash across and do that sneak attack damage, you specifically notice that when you slash across, the first portion, if it's a large slash, the first portion of the slash, almost half of it starts to like seal up and heal itself while the other half bleeds.
Damn. Well, that's kind of a thing.
Okay, so I just wanted to mention that. Now, from there, Sariel, what are you doing?
So, Sariel points her staff at this creature, and as she starts to gather her power, and you see this electrical energy start to gather and shoot out at this thing. It's Witch Bolt.
Okay.
For 11 damage.
Okay. So you see the Witch Bolt hit this thing, and you see it again. It's sort of like, and there's a searing, blistered pocket, like where it burns his robe, and you see his flesh, and you see blisters and burns appear on part, but the other part where it hit is unscathed. All right. Now the Lich Fiend gets to go. And so, as Joshua is standing in front of him, and as Malam is behind him, you all immediately see he implodes into a plume of black and purple smoke. And he appears directly behind Malam. And he is going to use an action called Frenzied Beating, where what he does is he basically pummels you pugilistically, just with his crystallized fists. So, what's your AC?
My AC is 14.
Okay, so that's 2 hits. And so that means... All right, you take 18 bludgeoning necrotic damage, and then 3 piercing damage. All right, and then it is Gilrod's turn.
So Gilrod would be coming in through the door that these guys have already been through. He's coming in late. He knows the fight's already started. He can hear the fight going on. He just wants to get in this. So as he's running, he's pulling his Warhammer out, and he's charging in at this guy. Excuse me. And he's just, like he's been doing before, just as fast as he can, as hard as he can. He's going to run in and just try to nail him with the Warhammer. It's modified 17.
That hits.
Okay. It's 5 points of damage. But also, I realized this whole game I had an extra attack that I haven't been using.
Okay.
So I'm going to, again, that's just 5 points, but I'm going to roll it one more time. See.
Okay.
The second time. Modified 19.
Okay, that also hits.
And on that one, right before I start, I want to, again, just put my hand over the Warhammer, and it's,
okay.
You're going to see it kind of buzz, and you're going to see it like electricity kind of going through the head of it.
Okay.
And right before I hit, it's going to hit with a thunderous smite.
Perfect.
And that is going to be, hold on, total of 15 damage on top of the other 5, so 20 damage total for both hits.
Okay. And you said what type of damage was that?
That was thunder damage. Yeah, 2d6 thunder damage.
Perfect. All right. So you see that sort of shakes him. He's not expecting that, especially as he kind of is involved and engrossed in this punching and slashing. So from there, it's back to Joshua.
You would hear Joshua shout out as both the fists rap against his chest, and you see the skin going black, the flesh going gray as he pulls him back. Joshua instantly retaliates, his shovel going forward, but then the plume happens, the explosion, the mist goes everywhere, and where it recoalesces, Joshua sees his friend Milan being stricken. Before the Milan can be struck down, however, he sees his other friend Gerard come in, smashing him with a hammer. The thunder echoes throughout the cavern. The glass begins to crack underneath him. And Joshua, just like that good dancing partner you always ask for, comes right over Gerard's back, shovel in hand, smashing it directly into this Lich Fiend's chest, dealing 25 points of damage.
Oh, that's amazing. And so you do this, and you see he drops to one knee, surprisingly. And he's, just for a second, he says, in a voice his own, you can tell that this is Jarrett talking, not the Lich Fiend, not Vorgil Dracus, and he says, no more. Please, just let me die. And then, Vorgil Dracus regains control, and he takes his fist, and he smashes down, and he uses an ability. Okay, he shatters the crystal beneath you. So from now on, the room looks like this. Okay? So theater of the mind. There are pieces floating. There's a lot of stuff going back and forth. So it's not necessarily about where you can go. Just think of it as everywhere you go if you move is now a DC 11 balance check or you fall into the tar. Okay? And that is going to be the Lich Fiend's turn. And it was a bonus action. So now it is Malam.
You're muted, bro.
Damn it. So are we all still on the same floating piece of crystal? Like the Lich and all of us?
Probably not. But I don't know that you would have time to kind of think about it. I would say, if you want, go ahead and give me... How about everybody rolls a d4? And then just give me that number, and that's the one you're on. If you roll it, then and I'll roll one for the Lich as well. So the Lich is on 4. All right. So 3 of you are on 2, and so we'll just call them 1, 2, 3, and 4 for the sake of ease, just for the theater of the mind. So the Lich is on 4 as well. So it's 4, and then Chris, you're on 1, and everyone else is on 2.
You know, the pummeling I take, I can still feel my ribs. I stand up, using my scimitar kind of to help me up, and I could tell that at least 3 of my ribs on my right side are kind of broken, and almost one of my kidneys is quite fairly bruised. I stand up, scimitar in hand. And I almost don't let it steal me. I kind of just like flex my abs and just feel the crackling. And I look to one of the number, like the 4th one with that the fiend is on. And I go running, and I take a running leap and flip, kind of almost in the air, and land on 4. Which is a DC 11.
Yes. So that's to make sure you don't fall into the tar.
Okay. Well, I get a 21, so that's definitely
sweet.
And I run up, and instead of trying to attack him head on, I almost do a feint. I slide down on the ground, and then using my scimitar, I just kind of slash low at his feet to kind of like just take out his legs and have him fall.
Awesome. Yeah, go for that.
And that would be a 17.
Hits.
Okay. And he'll take 4 slashing damage as I come right across his thigh, and just kind of get him to go down to the ground.
Perfect. All right.
And I'll take a bonus action to kind of move out of the way so he at least has to take a step towards me and attack me.
Okay.
And that'll end my turn.
All right. So, Chris, what is Sariel doing during all this?
So she has held her ground during this, and she is continuing this Witch Bolt spell. So her staff has been pointed at this thing the whole time, and that's for an additional 2 damage.
Excellent. All right, let me get that down. All right. And as you're pummeling this creature, as you're doing this, you could tell that this is all Vorgel Drakis. There's no humanity left in this Lich Fiend. And so what he does is, he takes that hit, and then he just dissipates into that plume of smoke again and appears over near the Crystal Throne. And there's a small ledge to take purchase. And from there, he begins to chant a necrotic vile prayer. And he is going to use an ability called Revelation of the Lich. And what this is that as an action, he can channel the full evil and malice of Vorgel Drakis. And this is a once-a-day sort of ability. Anyone within 60 feet has to make a DC 13 saving throw. So go ahead and do a DC, and let me go ahead and roll, and it's a DC 13. And there's wisdom.
Don't forget the +3.
Yeah, don't forget the +3. It might save your life.
Shit.
Plus 5 is...
So Joshua laughs in the face of this lich as you see he's just like, and it just, this purple blast of necrotic damage goes across. And Gilrod, this hits you, and you are immediately knocked to 0 hit points. So you're unconscious. Okay, and then the rest of you sort of feel this wave, and just and it sort of washes over you. Now, here's the thing: everyone who's still awake still takes 3d6 psychic damage. So I'm gonna have to ask you to all roll it yourself, and then just keep track of that, and let me know if you drop.
I dropped.
Yeah, well, you were at 0.
Just saying.
Yeah. So you see Gilrod floating on one of the pieces, his fingers grazing. Yeah.
Well, I'm hurting.
Aww. Hey, say hi. Say hi to the camera.
Hi.
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 Say bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Sorry, guys. She wanted to say hi.
Dude, that's great. No problem.
Come on. You look pretty, baby.
That's
Oh,
fantastic.
thank you.
All right.
Oh, I mean, were we killing something?
So the next person would be Gilrod, but Gilrod, you're dropped. So it is Joshua's turn.
And you hear Joshua as the black blast washes over him, kind of breaking against his body, but he stands tall in it. The teachings, the experience, the 10 years of travel, it keeps his limbs strong, his muscles supple. His eyes focus in on the lich, and he jumps forward to one piece of glass and then another, hopscotching his way across, finding no difficulty in making it. And then he jumps up to where the throne is, the shovel pulled back, and he shoots it forward. The lich just barely dodges out of the way in time. It laughs at him a cackle as it crashes into the crystal throne. He brings it back both hands, turns around again over his shoulder, and it crashes once again into the throne. The lich is still crackling at him, dodging away from his every strike. But little does he know, he's making Joshua angry. When Joshua gets angry, well, a lot of things tend to go back 6 feet under the ground, if you catch my drift.
That's amazing. And so, at this point, the Lich Fiend is definitely shaken, and you see that after he has expended this energy, he's having a hard time sort of focusing, and it is Malam's turn.
And Malam, listening to this, this force, almost seems to dodge out of its way, kind of just like doing kind of like a somersault through the air past this wave of darkness. He sees him on top of the throne, watching Joshua attack him, seeing an opportunity. He almost climbs up, puts one hand on the throne, and then comes over to stab the creature right down through into its chest. And rolling. And so that would be a 16.
Barely misses. So you see that you are, barely misses.
It comes straight over, seeing almost a perfect opportunity, and as almost a preternatural sense of perception and mobility, the creature just moves out of the way as it hits, just tings into the crystal, and I just like this reverberation up my arm as I just kind of bring back, and then I kind of duck around again, waiting for my next opportunity to strike.
That's awesome. I love it. All right, Sariel, you see that the Lich Fiend is weakened. What do you do?
She's going to stick with the plan and keep hitting it with this lightning or this witch bolt damage.
Okay.
For 9.
So the witch bolt hits one of the crystals, and you see that it starts to crack and shake. And one of the main crystals on top of his head, the Lich Fiend's head, just sort of shatters with a broken just sound of glass everywhere. And you see this thing looks very, very wounded, very hurt, very dangerous. It's definitely in its last throes and looking like it could take violent action. And so that means it is the Lich Fiend's turn. And it is going to go after the person who just hit it. So Sariel, he is going to plume and then appear behind you and attack. 16, does a 16 hit?
I believe so. I have 10 AC.
Yep, so then that hits, and then second. Alright, so that means that he's ragged, and there's a crystal that's oozing black pus, and he just sort of is swinging, and then all of a sudden you take 18 points of damage total.
Okay.
Just pummeling. And he's just going crazy.
Sariel spins around and reacts with Hellish Rebuke.
Okay.
Which, sorry, I got a 2d10 fire damage.
Okay. Roll that bad boy.
Let's get that. Oh, for a whopping 1.
No! Wait, how's that possible on 2 d10?
1 damage. 2d10. Well, I rolled a 0.
A 0
Oh,
is
wait.
a 10.
A 0 is a 10.
That's 11. That's
Yeah.
11. Sorry. Yeah! Better.
That's way better.
Way better.
What happens is you actually describe to me what it looks like as this Lich Fiend sort of barrels back and falls into the tar.
So, as it falls back into the tar, it just bursts into flame. I see the tar around it, maybe almost like a cauldron. I can, kind of envisioning the flame kind of coming up around it and enveloping the Lich.
That's excellent. And so,
melting.
Yeah. And so on the next, so it's in the tar and it's sinking and it's sort of like trying to get its grasp. And Joshua, the Lich's hands and its fingers are right next to you, and it looks up at you, and it just with all its might wants to murder you, but is just not capable of it. So it is your turn next in the initiative order, since Drake is at 0 hit points and no one has stabilized him. So Joshua, it's your final turn here, I'm thinking.
There is a moment of silence, the briefest moment, perhaps even less than a second. It comes in between heartbeats. Joshua remembers. He remembers a little 15-year-old boy, his little girlfriend. He remembers her dying to the hands of what was once his grandmother. He remembers a butcher. He remembers another little girl, friend of his. He remembers her dying to the hands of what was once a friend of his. He sees countless faces in this thing's empty sockets. He sees them all rolling past him, one after another. He's lost people, friends, family, people he's traveled with. Lastly, he sees Lily, the brother of this disgusting, depraved, profane soul below him. He knows the pain she'll go through. He knows that out there in the world, she won't make it by herself. He told her he'd come back. He flips the shovel around in both hands. The point of it's pointing down towards the head of this Lich. He has no words to say to this thing. Only actions will work now. As he lifts it into the air, and like he's digging a grave, he puts all his power into it, all his strength, every last fiber of power, a soul that he has, and he brings it down on this Lich's head for 25 points of flashing, powerful, radiant damage.
Wow. The Lich Fiend takes the shovel directly to the mouth as it begins to shake, and the crystals just start to shatter one by one as this radiant damage burns it away. And you see in the corner where there was a floating crystal skull, it shatters. And for the first time in Misty Meadows, you feel peace as you've defeated the Lich Fiend. Now, the townspeople start to come to. They start to sort of regain themselves, and over the next few hours, you can administer aid and help, and you're walking out of the cave, and there's no more fog. There's no more evil feeling. The tar pits seem to be much more calm. Is there anything you'd like to do before we end this adventure?
There's a little girl in a little town, the north of Venice. Her name is Lily. Beautiful red hair, beautiful skin too when she's cleaned up. Son of a man that's now dead. Her ma died in childbirth, but she's still there, still kicking, a survivor. The dawn breaks over Misty Meadows. A man pulls her down from the attic. He takes something from his pocket. It's dirty, it's nasty, and boy does it stink. But the rabbit's foot's still a rabbit's foot, and it still has power. He puts it in her hand. He closes the fingers over it. For a second they have a talk, quick talk. They make a decision very rapidly. The girl has a future ahead of her. She's seen death. She's been touched by the profane. She has potential. She has a reason, a desire to follow in the shadows and the footsteps of Joshua Burnett, Ghost Slayer. And she does so.
That's amazing. And she takes the rabbit's foot. And after a time, things go back to normal in Misty Meadows, and you defeat the Lich Fiend, you destroyed the Crystal Skull Phylactery, and Dracus influence fades, and the fog recedes, and not long after that, Lily does set out. And far from Misty Meadows, over many hills and many roads, over miles of forest, we come to a nearby cave. And in the cave sits a little girl who's different now. She understands, and she's clutching a lantern, and she's huddled in a corner, and she's holding a rabbit's foot. She's holding what looks like a small white piece of chalk. She sets the lantern down and begins writing on the wall. Horrific glyphs. The same runes that ensnared the minds of the adventurers at Misty Meadows in the town. As the hair covering her left eye falls aside, it reveals a hollow, now empty socket. "Don't worry, Mr. Dracus," she whispers to the darkness. "We'll try again." And as Lily smiles, her face stretches into a grin that's too wide for her small pale face, and her mouth is full of razor-sharp, purple crystalline teeth. The end.
Yeah, dude. That was
Killed it.
that was a badass ending, bro.
That's
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I did not see that coming.
No, can you guys hang on 1 second? There's been weird, like, for the last half of this, there's been really weird, like, sounds. Just, can you, I think they're doing construction next door, but can you hold for 1 second?
Yeah.
I'll be right back, but I want to do, like, outros
Absolutely.
and stuff. Give me 1 second.
Let it be known that Joshua was suspicious of her when he first said, "I'll be back." There will be a rematch one day as he reclaims his rabbit's foot.
Well, see, I'm going to assume that somebody stabilized Gilrod and brought him back to life.
Oh my god!
I'm assuming the same.
Listen to me. Look, what happened?
Oh, it's Lily!